In 1 month, I will fly.
Dream, baby, dream. Dream, baby, dream. Yeah, you gotta keep your dreams burning forever, baby. Yeah, you gotta hold on tight to your dreams. 'Cause that's all you got, you know. Yeah, it's your dreams that make you free. You gotta make them happen. Dream, baby, dream. Yeah, you gotta keep your dreams burning, baby. Dream, baby, dream.
Doodle wiggle BIRB raid doodle wiggle.
Yeah, hold on tight, baby. Yeah, hold on tight to life. Light a fire to your dream. Dream, baby, dream. Dream, baby, dream. Forever. Yeah, baby. Yeah, you just hold on tight, you know? You hold on to the one thing that means anything. Your dream. Yeah, keep it burning forever, baby. Dream, baby, dream. Come on, baby, dream it.
dinheiro com sintetizador é besteira.
Campeão, não contigo, deixa em 7 não toca dentro da água não. Ah, é.
Hello? Hello, hello, hello. Hello. Hello, hello. Okay. What's up, chat? What's cracking? How we doing? Hello, 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 hello. Oh. Yeah. Bodyguard, bodyguard, bodyguard.
This world shall
Yeah.
pay.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's go. Let's go. That's right. That's right. That's right.
Fuck you Biden and fuck who support them. We say don't to kill, but you guys all deny it. We desire peace,
What's up,
so
chat?
we are all united. And we boycott Israel, Imperial United.
This shit goes so crazy. What's up, chat? How we doing? Bodyguard, bodyguard, bodyguard. How are we doing, chat? It's good to see you. What's up, Sauce? What's up, Durank Dink? What's up, Tech Tink? What's up, Unionized? What's up, J Logic? What's up, Pajama Jamma? What's up, Kristen Nerd? What's up, Montreal? What's up, Unionized? I said that already, but hello again. What's up, Psychedelic Primate? What's up, Bruja Gaming? What's up, Solar Satori? What is up, Trick the Rogue? What is up, Folistan? What is up, Lilo? Yo, Foreign Sticks. Let's go.
Listen up, liberal. My wife left me because I kept lighting my farts on fire.
That's right.
She said she just can't take all the gaslighting anymore.
You've said that joke before. Or was it somebody else? I don't know. Good one either way. Yo, thank you so much for 4 months. Also, Doodleburb. Thank you so much for 24 months. That's 2 whole years. Thank you so much, Doodleburb. I really, really appreciate it. I hope you had the best stream. I was hanging out in there earlier. Always the coziest vibes in the Doodleburb stream. If you don't already follow Doodleburb, you know, I hate you. And let me know who you are so I can ban you from my stream. Let me know who you are so I can ban you from my stream. But welcome in, everybody. If you've never been here before, I'm Tofu Ghost. We talk about the news and stuff. Isn't this shit hard? This is from Danny Jin. Danny Jin. I saw it on Twitter. He's Japanese. It's so hard.
This world shall know pain.
That's so hard, dude. Walmart. He said McDonald's, Kentucky, bro, Subway. Dude, he said everybody, bro. Everybody's getting smoked. Everybody's getting smoked. What's up, chat? It's good to see you all here. I'll just let it run for a second. Hello? There we go. It's good to see you all. Okay, first off, I have to apologize, chat. I'm so sorry that yesterday we didn't end up getting to do Tofu Ghost Radio. I swear to God, I was working on my fucking stream trying to get OBS to just like work with me since fucking 6 p.m. All right, like I was like, I'm gonna get all this shit ready early. I'm gonna start as early as possible. I wanted to start like, you know, but by 8 p.m. at the latest. I wanted to like go all night. It was gonna be sick. But I swear to God, my computer, it's what I've come down to is what I already knew before, is that it's just like when it's hot, my Mac Mini can't hang. My Mac Mini barely can hang with streaming and doing all the stuff that I do, like already as it is. When I tried to, so what it was that, plus I did some new shit to here, let's see if I can show you, if it'll let me show you. Oh, fuck. Well, the what's it called, the radio, like the Tofu Ghost radio scenes are like much cooler. Okay, they're way cooler now. It's sick, I promise you. Like the way it looks is gonna be super cool. It's gonna be much better than it was before, and I was like really excited to like do it for the first time yesterday. But I swear I just could not get OBS to stop freezing. It was insane. It was fucking insane. OBS adds 30 to 45 degrees C to my CPU. Yeah, what's the redolent? Sounds sick. It was cool, but I mean, I had to like open up Discord and like do a couple things to like show you how it looks, but I'll just keep it as a surprise. I'll keep it as a surprise for next week. Maybe we'll even, I don't know, maybe here's what I think we'll do, actually. Here's what I think we'll do. We'll do Block Party Weekend. So we've done Block Party Weekend before, but it was mostly, well, you know what? Maybe we won't, because I was in Doodleburb stream earlier and we were talking about the new DJ TOS rules. And actually, I'm kind of scared about doing Block Party Weekend. I'm actually kind of scared about doing that because I don't want to get fucking yeeted into the sun by the DMCA gods. So I don't know. It doesn't kick in until, oh, okay. Let's go! Block Party Weekend! Was doing it, baby. We're doing it. We're getting it in while we can. I mean, hopefully we'll still be able to do it in the future, but like, it's still kind of like a ton of gray area around the playing music stuff. So yeah, and shouts out Doodleburb. Doodleburb was going over it, or went over it on their stream and was kind enough to kind of go back over it for me when I, you know, walked in the middle of the stream. But yeah, what are the new rules? You have to sign up as a DJ. You need to like submit to Twitch that like, hey, I am a DJ and we'll be doing this. Then you get like that way they can kind of like track you, and essentially that way they can kind of track you, and essentially instead of like what happens when your VOD gets muted, essentially you'll be charged like the money we're splitting this. I don't exactly know how this goes. I have to like look at it some more, but essentially we're going to be splitting the costs to the record labels with Twitch, or no, with Twitch 50-50. Sophie, your makeup looks very slay tonight. Thank you. What's up, Graham? I hope you're having a good day. Hope you had a good first day at the DNC. How was it? Hope you are all chilling. What are y'all up to right now? You can only use music from their catalog. It's stupid. Are you talking about Twitch? Twitch's catalog? I don't know about that. It's, you can use whatever music you have permission to use, but most music people listen to on stream, you don't technically have permission to use. So I don't know. We'll see. I don't know what the future that's gonna, you know, hold for the future when it comes to the Tofu Ghost radio streams. Hopefully it doesn't hurt too much. I'll probably just have to like sign up as a DJ, which I don't know, I guess is fine. I don't know. Whatever, I guess. I don't know how it'll work for what you do and I do. Yeah, because like I saw Zach's Bussy. By the way, Zach Busey was like doing, it's like, you know, he's, you know, everybody knows Zach Busey, but he was like working on a story for TwitchCon, like tracking. He probably DM'd like all of whoever else is going to whatever, like Graham, he probably DM'd you too. It was really funny. He DM'd me to like ask me about like my registration number so they can like track the Twitch sales or whatever. And he was really embarrassed to say my username on Twitch, and I think it's really funny that I've had like multiple like this is like a consistent thing where I have like official people like reporters and things like this who like will hit me up and then mention my username, and I just like think it's really funny that I'm making a bunch of like proper, you know, proper people say the words girl Dick Cheney. Anyway. Crazy setup. Is that your house? This is my house. This is where I live. What's up, Stizzy? Twitch gives permission to use music from Anjuna Beats. Okay. Well, you know what? Here's what I was thinking about. I might start contacting artists and see what I can do. We need to get like some kind of like, maybe it can be like a Discord. It can be like, I don't know. I need to work alongside some people. I want some friends in music and whatever, and creators that like know about this stuff, and see if we can figure out like a nice little like collective for like non-DMCA like content for people to use, like for artists. Like here's, you know what I mean, if we have like music, it would be, you know, especially for musicians, it would be nice to like be like, okay, all of these musicians are totally cool with us using their music on stream. Here's like a collection of it, and here's where you can find it. I don't know, figure out something, because it's not fun. It's not fun. Anyway, you would have to start a new account. Oh, I don't want to make a new account. I don't want to have like a separate account for like, oh, that's so stupid. Okay, well, god damn it. I don't know. We'll see what happens. My back hurts. Oh fuck, from like walking around all day, I bet. Is this a safe space to talk about whether or not we should shake hands and extend friendly greetings to Charlie Kirk? You know, this is a good question. It's a really good question. It's a question that, you know, is valid as hell, and, you know, relevant to be asked. I think depending on who you are, and your proximity to, like what? I don't know. Your proximity to like the mainstream as like the most, I don't know, in the most broadest sense. You know what I mean? So it depends. Who's asking? If I saw that, I would assume like I don't think Charlie Kirk would want to shake my hand. Right? You know what I mean? So I don't really have these problems. I feel like, yeah, I don't know. Just saying, if you ever see me shaking hands with Charlie Kirk, please assassinate me. Assassinate me. Their right-wing pivot is so real. Who's right-wing pivot? Oh, Anna and Jank had Charlie Kirk on. Yeah, I mean, they did that at the RNC too. They did that at the RNC. I don't know that specifically is indicative of their right-wing pivot. I think what, if anything, is indicative of their politics. I think all you really need to do is focus on their, the way they look at policing. I don't think you really need to look at anything like that, like who they talk to or who they're like willing to interview or like things like that for cues about their politics or how far right or how much further right they are than maybe like me or a community like this, specifically. Like, all you need to look at is what they've said about the homeless, what they've said about policing. That's it. That's all I need. Oh, and then Anna has her weird reactionary shit about birthing people and like whatever. But the biggest thing for me is I know that I know the limits of their progressiveness. Like, I know the limits of their progressiveness, and it's the two main things that I said. Jank and Anna show their asses when it comes to cops, homelessness, and trans men. To play, I mean, not to play devil's advocate, but to be fair, a lot of people forget about trans men. A lot of like progressives forget about trans men, just like a lot of progressives forget about disabled people. I mean, there is, you know, people have, the left is a very broad group that we're talking about. Like the left, like what do we mean? You know what I mean? And then, two, you know, people are not perfect and they have blind spots. You know what I'm saying? Yo, Echo Waves, thank you so much for resubscribing for 6 months. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Half a year. Thank you so much. Thank you. And NBs, that's right. NBs, trans men, disabled people. Yeah. Yep. Thank you. The misogyny and transphobe crossover is very ingrained in us. Yeah, dude. Like, bro, nobody is more. Listen, I'm a trans person online, so I face. You know what I mean? Like, I face transphobia. Like, I'm a trans person. Period. I face transphobia. Period. But like, nobody is more transphobic to me than I am. Okay. Nobody says meaner things to me to me than I do. All right, so there's that. Yo, what's up, Shreen? I know you haven't even played New Vegas. I'm cisgender. I'm cisgender. Because Charlie Cook would never shake your hand. The only hand he'll see from me is a fist. I love Grand Theft Auto, and you know what I mean, and you know what I'm saying. I like playing that game too. I like playing that game too. You know what I'm saying? So I'm right there with you. The thing is, like, I don't know. I've said this before to people who will, like, you know, really emphasize I've said this story. I won't say who I'm talking about. For there's like there's somebody I met at TwitchCon San Diego. Not obviously, like it was like 2 years ago, my first TwitchCon. That is like a centrist, in the like, the debate sphere. I'm not gonna say names, but like had a conversation and essentially we're like all hanging out and like, don't start saying names in the chat, okay, guys? I'm not telling you who it was, but essentially the long conversation about politics and being online and being content creators and like whatever got to a point where we were talking about like reaching across the aisle, and like what it means, like how like valuable it is to like have conversations with people like Charlie Kirk, for example. You know what I mean? And the thing that I told this person is the thing that I tell a lot of people that have that way of looking at the world. Like, there is truth to that. There is absolutely a level of truth to that. The thing is, like, not all of us have the ability to do that. Not everybody wants a reach around across the, from across the aisle from everybody. Not everybody wants me to do a reach around across the aisle, and not everybody wants like, people of color or LGBT people generally. You know what I mean? My point is that like, there are certain people who can do reach arounds across the aisle. You know what I mean? That's for y'all to decide whether or not like, it's strategic enough. And by that I mean like cishet people, like white cishet people, people who are generally would be accepted by like right wingers, who would be more willing to hear you out on things like this. That person was white, and I was like, you can have that conversation. You know what I mean? Like, like you can have that conversation, and you know what? Go off. Like, go off. If you think that you can convince right wingers to not be right wingers anymore, like, I'm not gonna stop you. You know what I mean? Like, you go off. But like, trying to tell me that like I should be doing the same thing is just completely unrealistic, and you are, it's a privileged perspective. Did you see Hassan meet you at the DNC and fangirling over it? I did, yeah. I did. I'm black, disabled, and trans. I don't have the spoons. Exactly. I listen, exactly. So that's my point. Like, if you think that if you see some kind of strategic value in talking to somebody like that, I'm gonna let you make that distinction. You know what I mean? But not all of us have the ability. Yes, the strategic value of being dunked on by Charlie Kirk when you cordially meet him. Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about like Hassan today, like, I think that like there's very, like, what do you do? Like, there's very little, especially at a place like that. You know what I mean? Like, what do you do? When you're like inside the DNC, like, I don't know. Call him weird and a loser? That's probably what I would do. Yeah, I mean, hey, listen, that's probably what I would do. But like, like I said, it's probably depends on, that's probably something that I can say as somebody who is very far removed from that world. You know what I mean? Of politics. Not very. The degrees have closed, further more and more every fucking month I do this, but still, you know what I mean. Yeah, there's like a certain like mainstream like awareness of your presence, of like who you are, that like maybe, yeah. All right, anyway, was basically Hassan calling him weird. Some things don't need saying. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I think that's, I don't know. I don't think it's, I don't know. I think that it's valid. I think that it's valid to not want to be cordial with somebody like that, but also like, I'm not gonna be like mad at Hassan for not like engaging with him and then like having a debate there on the floor, or like telling him that he disagrees with him. Like I'm sure obviously Charlie Kirk knows that Hassan disagrees with him. You know, like I don't know, like what does it do? My point, I think the main thing that I would be thinking about is like what strategic value does anything that I do here, like any choice that I make in that regard, like have. But yeah, anyway, it's good to see everybody. It's good to see everybody. Hope everybody's having a good day. We have lots to look at, lots to do. Lots to look at. Exclamation point watching in the chat for a link to this playlist that contains all the videos we'll be watching this evening. Let me get our stream jams going. Hello? Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. What's up, bipedal humanoid? What's the brings of sensitivity? Super cute outfit. Thank you, bipedal. Okay, I'll shut up. I'm hot about that. It's cool. Like, I mean, I don't think that, like, I get it. I understand. Never meet your heroes, or I don't know. I guess I'm just like, don't have heroes. Don't have your heroes, and understand that there's a diversity of tactics is good and fine, and out organizing is my answer to every time I disagree with somebody who is essentially aligned with me politically. My answer is out organize. Everybody has their like part to play.
Hello, everyone.
And you're not going to agree with everybody 100% of the time. And I wouldn't expect to be able to. I wouldn't expect for that to be the case. You know what I mean? Have people you admire, but heroes are rare. I mean, learn from people's examples. I would say, learn from people's strengths, and learn from people's, wins and successes. Yo, Ronald McDonald, thank you so much for 19 months. I really appreciate it. Yeah, don't have heroes. Don't have them. Thank you, Recite. DNB is my hero. Valid. Amy Goodman deserves the flowers Hassan gave her today. That was really cute. It was really wholesome. It was very iconic. I am my own hero, and I disappoint myself daily. Damn, you're my hero, Tofu. Nope, wrong. Wrong. Incorrect. Wrong. I am the furthest. People typically become heroes by doing something extraordinary, and then they typically aren't with us anymore. I mean, people that we're talking about, like, I think you're talking about like the status of like legends, or like the way that people become larger than life in culture for one reason or another. I don't know. I think that's something kind of sort of just slightly different than like what a hero would mean. I don't know, whatever. You can't stop me. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, motherfucker. You think I can't just because you're in Chicago? I got fucking hitters, dude. I got hitters everywhere, all right? Tofu LA legend. Listen, I may be an LA legend, but I got hitters in Chicago, okay? Yeah, bands chatter. I have no heroes. I do, however, have people who give me gender envy. Let's go. W. Oh, man. Anyways, it's really good to see everybody. We have a whole lot to talk about today. So, obviously, big story of the day. Democratic National Convention, day 1. Here's what we're gonna do. We're going to look at, let me show you. Let's just talk about what we're gonna look at today. Exclamation point watching in the chat. Oh, I didn't even put this in the right spot. You can't, don't look, stop looking. Do. Okay. I'm gonna look at some specific highlights that are, that I think are important to, that are important. But let me just show you what we got going on today. We're gonna start off with 3 new music videos that I saw recently that are fire and that I'd like to share with you guys. While I can do that, by the way, yeah, you know what I mean. I want to keep doing this, sharing new music with chat. So we have a new song from Ong Joko, who I think just started their YouTube channel. But yeah, we're gonna check it out. Pretty cool. This song I found out about today on Young Skirt's stream. Ilham. The song is called Okay. It's so fucking fire. And then we have brand new Treasy, Estalanista. Okay. Oh, dude, I love it. We're gonna check that out, and then we're gonna do all the top headlines for the day like we normally do. We'll start it off with the top 5 stories you need to know today from Reuters, news wrap from PBS. We're gonna throw in the NBC nightly news for the headlines, and then obviously, as always, we'll top it off with the top US and world headlines from Democracy Now, aka Democracy in a Little Bit. But yo, Jaina, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a wonderful stream. Hope you had a wonderful stream. Everybody go follow Jaina. What were y'all up to? You're just in time. We're just getting started. We're going to start off with some light shit. I'm just going over kind of like what we're going to look at today. Exclamation point watching in the chat for a link to this playlist. It contains all the videos we'll be watching. After the headlines, we're going to get into some LA stuff. I'd like to talk about 4 ex-law enforcement officers being charged in a $37 million extortion scheme. If you haven't, Google LASD gangs. It's really interesting. So we'll take a look-see at that. And then if we have time, we'll also look at this. Lawsuit claims LAPD officer was driving double the speed limit when he crashed into 2 brothers. Ironically, this motherfucker is a part of the street racing task force. Yeah. Anyways, if we have time, I don't think we will, so I just have it here, but if we have time, how authorities in Los Angeles use sanitation sweeps to criminalize unhoused people from Human Rights Watch. It's a couple days old, but obviously I didn't stream this weekend, so I'd like to take a look at that. I think it would be very interesting. And then I have this as well if we have time. Basically, these 2 things are if we have time. It's already almost, we're a half hour out from midnight, so we might not be able to check these 2 pieces out today. We might check them out tomorrow. But the exonerated 2 Chicago men wrongly imprisoned for decades speak out on police abuse and torture from Democracy Now. And then the fucking hottest headline of the day. George Santos gets emotional after pleading guilty to wire fraud and identity theft. I can't wait to watch him at his press conference talk about how he, this proves that he can, be held accountable and he can change. After all the hot shit that I've heard my fucking queen talk for fucking months and months and months, this motherfucker has Twitter spaces like all the fucking time, and I pull up in that shit. You already know I'm always in those Twitter spaces, okay? Just listening. You know what I mean? Not tapping on the glass or anything. I'm just listening. Just seeing what motherfuckers are talking about. Just seeing what's going on. And God, it's always fucking top notch. It's fire. He talks nothing but shit. And it completely contrasts like everything now, post this guilty plea deal. So we'll take a look at that. And then we're going to start off the DNC coverage with, let's see, are we going to look at anything before that? Then we'll start off our DNC coverage. We'll go over essentially all the main highlights. This from Politico about the DNC being content friendly, very content friendly. Look at that guy. You know, to be a bunch of content creators. We'll talk about that. We'll also... Fuck, we have a lot to look at. I don't know if we'll be able to get to everything. Fuck me. We're gonna look at all the protest stuff. You know what I mean? We have some... Look at this. Who's that guy? Who's that guy? We have a lot of stuff to look at. Lots of threads, lots of tweeters, lots of videos. We're gonna start it off with the protest coverage, and then analysis, and then speeches. Not all of the speeches, just highlights of the really long, boring ones that are important, like Brandon and Kamala and Hillary Clinton. But we're gonna watch 3 full speeches, and the first one is gonna be from LA Mayor Karen Bass. 2 is gonna be from Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. And then 3 is going to be from UAW President Sean Fain. And then from there, we have nothing but fun stuff ahead of us. We have tons of comfy content to do after that. So yeah. So let's get started. Let's get into it. Let's start off with our light stuff. We'll do some music videos, and then we'll do... I'm going to kind of cut this down for the sake of time. We'll do a couple music videos, then we'll do Daily Dose of Internet, then we'll do our ad break, and we'll come back and we'll do all the headlines, and then start off our fucking day. What do you guys say? Check out this song, though. Chat. I heard this today for the first time. It's my fucking... I'm gonna be bumping it for, like, the next couple days. I have a feeling. Ilham, okay, official music video.
Your best friend, I'm about to make him my next fan. Okay. Walking up on me and shit, but you missed the one to hit. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
I swear that I do what I like. That's why this bitch be tight. Okay. Tweaking. I know what to do to have him tweaking. Phone all day and day, I know he need it. Got me on my scissor for the weekend.
On my scissor for the weekend.
Okay. I'm about to shake my shit like. Okay. If I throw back, you better make my shit clap. Body, ooh, face, ooh, stick it, move. I know you want it. Side to side, keep it tight, slip it, slide. I know you want it. I was your best friend, I'm about to make him my next fan. Okay.
This beat is so crazy. It's so simple and perfect.
Yo, we're here.
Okay.
I swear that I do what I like, that's why this bitch be tight. Okay. Tweaking. I know what to do to have him tweaking. Phone all day and day, I know he need it. Got me on my scissor for the weekend. Okay. I'm about to shake my shit like. Okay. If I throw back, you better make my shit clap. Okay.
Okay. Super hard. Exclamation point watching in the chat for a link to the playlist. Coming up next is Brand New Treason.
That's socialism.
That's socialism. It's Stalinista. I think he's in Cuba.
Put my shades when I walk out the house. They know who I am, so I gotta watch out. Keep it on my hips so they know what I'm about. I'm just chilling, it's whatever. Make the whole trap bounce. Make the commune bounce. Drag the lot around.
Tried a lot around.
I'm a lot right now. If you run up, it's man down. If you run up, it's man down. I ain't never scared, I walk all around my town. You have never read Karl Marx, you're a clown. Talking like you know and you should really show your mouth. To have a revolution, need the black and the brown. And the white too, then on to next round. Socialist forever and I'm never in doubt. Sit back, baby, keep my feet on the couch. Said that he's a fan and I told him join the horde.
Join the horde.
Patriot, I love driving any Ford.
That I don't, that bar I'm like, okay.
I just spilled all this damn money on the floor. I'm a nigga, so I really think I need some more. I'm a Stalinist, that's why they be at my door. Revolution now, we're not only anti-war. Make the whole trap bounce. Make the commune bounce. Drag the lot around.
Thank you, Jaina.
I'm at the lot right now.
Hey.
Make the whole trap bounce.
Hey.
Make the commune bounce.
Hey.
Drag the lot around.
Drag the lot around.
Right now. Yeah, man, that's that socialism, baby. That's that socialism, baby. That Kim Il-sung, that Stalin. Hey, man,
Dude, look at this fucking mural.
County, shout out South Florida, shout out Miami, shout out Broward.
Look at this fucking mural, bro.
Liberty City, man.
Hard. Okay, let's do some daily dose of internet next, chat. Oh wait, it's not even over yet. Fuck the club out. Yo, yo, Treasy. Yo, come over here, Treasy.
Hello everyone,
watching.
this is your
All right.
daily dose of internet.
Yeah, of course.
Oh.
Birthday to you. Why you keep looking at me, fam?
Blow out your candle.
Just to feel something. Just to feel something.
These YouTubers opened a fake noodle
It's been
restaurant.
a crazy year, fam. I just need to feel something real quick.
They gave everyone cheap, instant ramen noodles, but served it in a way to make it look fancy.
You know, you go to so many different ramen places, they all sort of taste the same. Like, this one you can tell it's unique.
How much would you pay for a bowl of ramen like this? Be honest, when you're dead honest.
Experience 45, 50.
Yeah.
Oh.
We're going all 3 times.
She never stopped.
This kid pretended to be a mannequin in a clothing store.
Because this is about more than business. The industrial products.
Had me fooled.
For some
Oh my
reason, this
God.
guy's car is full of bees.
What? Brother, are you okay? Huh?
I think he's a professional water taster. This poor donkey was self-conscious about how he looked on camera.
What you see in the mirror is just your perception, okay? It doesn't have to be like that. Other people see you differently. Don't take it to heart. And also, the camera adds £10, apparently.
A fan was doing a unique dance, so the entire arena decided to join in.
Why are we doing that? Friend.
A wild coyote found some dog toys in the backyard.
Cat on the hamster fold today. Aw, fun. Spicy puppy. Spicy puppy can have a little
escaped
fun
from a farm
as a treat.
and decided to join an elk family.
I just bumped these elk, and there's a donkey with them.
Bro, let him
That
chill,
is
bro.
this
He's having
video.
fun.
We hope you enjoyed. And I'll see you guys again very soon. Later.
Very soon. All right, chat. All right, chat. Coming up next, we're going to get into the news as we do. We're gonna start it off with all of the top headlines for today. And we're going to start that off with the top 5 stories you need to know today from Reuters, and then the news wrap from PBS, and then the nightly news broadcast from NBC, and then the top US and world headlines from Democracy Now!, aka Democracy, in a few minutes. Because first, chat, we must run our very first ad break of the stream, because it's been about an hour since we started the stream. Don't you worry though, because here at the Tofu Ghost broadcast, when we run ads, we run them while I'm away from the stream. That way, even if you're unsubscribed, you don't miss out on any of the content. But if you would like to support the stream, if you would like to support me, the streamer, and also in doing so, get access to really cool Tofu Ghost emotes, as well as an ad-free viewing experience, all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free with the Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account, if you have one, to your Twitch account. Or let's say you're already subscribed to the channel and you're feeling generous and you have the means to. Maybe consider upgrading your sub from tier 1 to tier 2 or tier 3 to get exclusive emotes. Or even better yet, maybe consider gifting a sub to one of our unsubbed friends in the chat, like Hey Ya Raccoon or Robogenesis or Narwhal. Or whoever else is unsubbed. If you are one of those unsubbed friends in the chat, make sure to say hi, throw an emote in the chat or something. Or if you're lurking, use the please gift me a sub redeem. That way somebody might notice you and feel generous enough to shoot you a gifty. We are just starting the night off at 0 out of 25 for the daily sub goal. If you enjoy the content, if you enjoy the stream, if you would like to see the stream continue on full time, please do consider supporting in some way. That way I can make that happen while, paying my rent and my bills and all of that. You can also use bits or a dono to support. $3 dono will get you a TTS message. I'll be back in 3 minutes, chat. Don't you go anywhere. BRB. absolutely need to know, according to Reuters. Let's check it out. Top 5 stories. Number 1. Indian medics refuse to end protests over the rape and murder of a doctor. Number 2. U.S. Secretary of State Tony Blinken says it is a, quote, decisive moment for Gaza ceasefire talks. Number 3. Democrats and protesters gather in Chicago to cheer and challenge VP Kamala Harris and President Joseph Brandon. Number 4. The Philippines confirms its first Mpox case this year, but is yet to determine the strain. Not good. Not good. So that's Philippines, Pakistan, and Africa, obviously, right? Number 5. Ernesto regains hurricane strength, bringing dangerous rip currents to the U.S. and Canada. Okay. Let's continue it on. We'll start with, or next, we'll get into the PBS News Wrap.
Today, officials in Connecticut say at least 2 people have died after as much as 10 inches of rain caused catastrophic flooding over the weekend. Eyewitness video caught water raging down roads in the southwestern part of the state, submerging cars and stranding drivers. Authorities rescued 18 diners at a restaurant that was suddenly engulfed by the nearby Little River. Today, Connecticut Senator Richard Blumenthal said some businesses will not be able to recover from the damage.
He freaks me out, man. Just looking at this dude, I'm just like, that guy, doesn't he look like he's an evangelical? He just like has evangelical, like, he just looks like he's a fucking TV preacher. Does that make sense? Like, doesn't he? I don't trust. Don't trust.
Because who would have thought the Little River would turn into a gushing torrent of destruction, which is what happened.
Separately, Ernesto has regained hurricane strength in the North Atlantic, bringing dangerous surf and rip currents along the East Coast. It's due to weaken as it passes Newfoundland, Canada, tomorrow. Italian authorities say that 1 body was found and 6 people remain missing after a luxury yacht sank this morning off the coast of Sicily during a sudden storm. British tech entrepreneur Mike Lynch is among the missing. His wife and 14 others were rescued. Today, near Palermo, divers searched the calm waters under blue skies, a sign of just how quickly conditions shifted from
Who's Mike Lynch?
Last night's storm. The British-flagged Bayesian was known for having one of the world's tallest masts, measuring 246 feet, as seen here lit at night before the disaster. Russian authorities said today that Ukraine has damaged a 3rd bridge in the Kursk region. It's the latest strike in Ukraine's nearly 2-week incursion into Russia. President Volodymyr Zelensky said today that Ukraine now controls more than 480 square miles of the region. He says the goal is to create a buffer zone to prevent cross-border attacks by Russian forces. Meantime, Ukrainian civilians are fleeing the eastern city of Pokrovsk as Russian troops advance on that area. Authorities have ordered families to evacuate the city and nearby villages. Back here in the U.S., a judge in Wisconsin has sentenced a woman to 11 years in prison for killing the man who trafficked her for sex.
Oh, Jesus.
Prosecutors say Crystal Kaiser shot and killed 34-year-old Randall Volar at his home in 2018 when she was 17 years old. He had been sexually assaulting her for over a year.
Oh my God.
Kaiser's lawyers claimed she could not be held liable for the killing because of a state law that absolves sex trafficking victims of, quote, any offense committed as a direct result of that trafficking. Former New York Representative George Santos has pleaded guilty to wire fraud and identity theft in his federal fraud case. The disgraced Republican left Long Island courtroom this afternoon, where he admitted that he had, quote,
I heard he cried. Oh my God, I can't wait to talk about this.
Santos had been charged with stealing from political donors and using campaign contributions for personal expenses. He faces more than 6 years in prison and hundreds of thousands of dollars in restitution. On Wall Street today, more than
too fast.
Known to many, 4 points. And a passing of note. Phil Donahue, known to many as the king of daytime television, has died. The Phil Donahue Show, later simply called Donahue, first launched in 1967 in Dayton, Ohio. From there, it ran on national TV for nearly 3 decades. Unlike previous talk show hosts, Donahue would walk up and down the aisles of his studio audience, inviting them to weigh in. He would devote entire programs to one topic, including frank discussions on race, sexuality, the AIDS epidemic, and faith in America. Sometimes they were scandalous and sometimes cerebral, like this moment with Nobel economist Milton Friedman.
Milton Friedman.
Did you ever have a moment of doubt about capitalism and whether greed's a good idea to run on?
Well, first of all, tell me, is there some society you know that doesn't run on greed?
Oh, God, I'm gonna throw up, dude. Oh, buddy.
You think Russia doesn't run on greed? You think China doesn't run on greed? What is greed? Of course, none of us is greedy. It's only the other fellow who's greedy.
His program racked
What
up
is
20
greed?
Emmy Awards, and earlier this year, Donahue received the highest civilian honor, the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Donahue also met his future wife on the program, actress Marlo Thomas, who appeared as a guest in 1977. They were married for more than 40 years. Phil Donahue was 88 years old. Still to come on the NewsHour, in a new book, the former U.S. ambassador to Russia details his experience during the invasion.
Okay, coming up next, let's look at the NBC Nightly News segment. If it will go, there it is. There's Lester.
Democratic National Convention kicking off as Kamala Harris prepares to make history by accepting her party's nomination. The DNC gets underway. President Biden, who less than a month ago was expected to be the Democratic nominee, now set to formally pass the torch tonight. What he'll say in his keynote speech. While outside, thousands protesting the war in Gaza, activists breaching one of the fences. And just in, the hacking attack on Donald Trump's campaign, U.S. intelligence confirming Iran was behind it. Also tonight, deadly flash floods in the Northeast. States of emergency declared, neighborhoods underwater, roads washed out, hundreds of evacuations and rescues, and the threat is not over. George Santos, the former Republican congressman who was caught in lies about his past, pleading guilty to fraud in federal court. The war in Gaza, Secretary of State Antony Blinken saying Israel has agreed to a U.S.-backed ceasefire proposal.
The one where Israel doesn't leave Gaza? Is that the one? Is that the one?
So, how will Hamas respond? The desperate search after a
The one that doesn't. The gaslighting continues.
Yacht sinks off Sicily.
More on this
Among the missing,
later.
2 Americans and a British tech mogul. Remembering Phil Donahue, the pioneering talk show host who changed the landscape.
Okay, speaking of him real quick, Punky put this in the chat. This is Phil Donahue checking Ayn Rand after she spewed some vile stereotypes about Palestinians. They don't make talk show hosts like this anymore.
Your characterization of the situation in the Middle East came down rather gratuitously and in a very angry way on the Arabs, and without discussing the merits of either side in a most complicated and painful collision of cultures and peoples in our world. Why couldn't the millions of men, women, and children who are Arab and who find themselves in this desperate conflict and look around wondering where peace will be, why can't they be angry with you for your characterization of them, your slap at them, your roundhouse criticism of them, when you don't seem to be able to tolerate a questioner who suggests that she disagrees with you?
Eat her.
Characterization is you do not accept any criticism unless you level it.
Damn. Okay, Philip. I see you. I see you, Philip. Good shit.
Of TV, and Caitlin Clark making history.
Okay, come on. Let's go.
Good evening from Chicago and the United
Lester.
Center, home of the Democrats. with Vice President Kamala Harris accepting her party's nomination for president. Tonight, President Biden will headline the convention. It will not be the speech he had planned to give or hoped to give a month ago when he expected to be the nominee himself. But after that dismal debate performance, the president was forced under heavy pressure to step aside as his party clamored for a new generation of leadership. And so in the twilight of his political career tonight, he will ask Americans to rally around the vice president, telling reporters he's ready to pass the torch. It's where we begin tonight with Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander.
Tonight, Vice President Harris here in Chicago, the start of a week-long Democratic celebration of its new nominee after that stunning party shakeup. Less than a month ago, Democrats were demoralized. Tonight,
God,
they're delighted.
I'm reminded why I hate these segments from outlets like NBC. Like, I was like, all right, we need something new since Associated Press stopped doing the news rundown thing. Because like, we just have Reuters, PBS, and Democracy Now. We used to at least have Associated Press in the mix. You know what I mean? But God, this is painful. Are we watching Hillary's speech? No, I won't put you through that. I won't. We're gonna look at highlights.
Has moved in the Democrats' direction.
I very much consider us the underdog. We have a lot of work to do to earn the vote of the American people.
The night's headliner, President Biden, checking out the stage late this afternoon.
Okay, I'm gonna fucking skip this because we're gonna talk about it plenty. You know what? Fuck NBC. Fuck you. Democracy Now. It's already midnight. Bitch. War, peace, and the presidency. Breaking with convention. That's right, baby.
Welcome to Democracy Now.
DemocracyNow.org. The War and
This is War, Peace, and the Presidency. We are
breaking with convention. I'm Amy Goodman. Bitch.
Thousands of delegates and elected officials have descended on Chicago as the Democratic National Convention kicks off today. The 4-day convention comes 1 month after President Biden ended his bid for re-election. Vice President Kamala Harris secured the Democratic presidential nomination in a virtual roll call earlier this month and is expected to again formally accept the party's nomination when she addresses the convention on Thursday night. Dozens of delegates with the uncommitted movement are also in Chicago as they continue to pressure Harris to halt U.S. military support for Israel's war on Gaza. The delegates represent states where some 700,000 people cast uncommitted votes during primaries to protest
I saw her today and I fangirled.
Pro-Israel policies.
Such a queen,
for
dude.
the first time ever, the DNC.
Such an absolute, actual icon. Like, where is she at? Dude, look at her. Like, DNC members held up a Stop Arming Israel banner while DNC delegates worked to block it with We Love Joe and USA signs. And then who was on the scene to cover the protest? You guessed right. The fucking legend. Okay? Protect her at all costs. At all costs. She's the best we have.
Is hosting a panel on Palestinian human rights. The uncommitted delegation welcomed the move, but they're also continuing to request that Dr. Tanya Haj-Hassan, who's volunteered in Gaza, be permitted to address the convention from the stage. On Sunday, hundreds of protesters took to the streets of Chicago, saying they'll disrupt the DNC until Democrats listen to their demands.
Let's go, baby.
This is Kshama Sawant, co-founder of Workers' Strike Back and former Socialist Seattle City Council member.
The possibility of Trump 2.0 is only a reality because of the many betrayals by the Biden-Harris administration. Biden and Harris, both as president and as vice president, and the Democratic Party as a whole, they broke their promise for $15 an hour minimum wage.
Yo. Listen, Bernard, AOC, I'm looking at you guys, okay? I'm looking at y'all. She remembers. Why don't y'all remember? Come on. Ay. I mean, it's in the past now, but like, yes, that part.
The railroad worker strike, which is possibly one of the most anti-worker, anti-union actions that can be taken by politicians. And so, in other words, both the Democratic and Republican parties are anti-worker, and they are both pro-war.
Ooh.
Meanwhile, Chicago's Democratic Mayor Brandon Johnson, in a recent interview, called Israel's war a genocide, saying, quote, "What's happening right now is not only egregious, it is genocidal.
Let's go,
we
baby.
have to acknowledge and name it for what it is and have the moral courage to exercise our authority."
Let's go, baby. But also, I need you to rein in your, rein in the goons, okay? For our friends on the ground. I need you to rein in your goddamn goons, though.
Chicago mayor said. We'll have more from the DNC after
Like
headlines.
Chicago generally has been very base, like local out, like Chicago politics. Remember, we saw like their city council vote to like call genocide of Gaza. To call Gaza, what's happening in Gaza, a genocide, things like that. So.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken's in Israel, where he warned ongoing ceasefire talks may be the last chance to free Hamas hostages, as he spoke from Tel Aviv earlier today.
Basically, okay, if now on top of this, they're going to be saying that, hey, Hamas needs to, the ball is once again in Hamas's court because Israel has agreed to this deal. If that is really where we're going with this, war is inevitable. Like, if that's really where this is heading, continued war is inevitable. It's just going to spin. It's going to spin out of control.
And added, quote, "It's also time to make sure that no one takes any steps that could derail this process," unquote. Inside Gaza, displaced Palestinians in Khan Yunis responded to Blinken's latest visit.
Today in the Gaza Strip, we are suffering from the Americans and international community.
Doesn't Netanyahu want war with Iran? Yes, that's what I'm saying, is that like this is essentially, if that is what is happening here, if it is the case that the United States State Department, thus the United States, is going to be like, look, Hamas needs to agree to the deal. Israel just agreed to it, the deal that like doesn't have anything in it about Israel leaving Gaza or anything like that. Essentially non-starter deal for Hamas. Like, you are essentially guaranteeing that like the ceasefire talks will fail, thus Israel's conquest will continue, and it will spiral out into larger war in the region. Like, that's pretty much. Yeah, like, if you don't want a wider war in the region, the number one way, okay, to make sure that happens, or that doesn't happen, I should say, is a fucking ceasefire. It's a fucking ceasefire. It's quite literally probably the only way that happens,
on us, without mercy on us. As I said, this visit is as usual to check on Israel and provide it with arms and logistic matters to continue the war of extermination on the Gaza Strip. There will be no changes. We are very pessimistic about this visit.
Israel's slaughter continues throughout the Gaza
Strip. Of course
Strip.
you are. Why would you be anything other than pessimistic? I don't like. Of course they're pessimistic.
Military is pushing further into central Deir al-Balah as Gazans are now being crowded into just 10% of the besieged territory. On Saturday, an Israeli airstrike in Deir al-Balah killed at least 18 members of the same family, including 11 siblings aged between 2 years old and 22. On Sunday, another attack in the same region killed more Palestinian children. Mohammed Awad Khattab said 6 of his grandchildren were killed as they slept along with their mother, his daughter, who worked for the United Nations.
My daughter had been struggling to have children for years. She had them through IVF. 4 of the children were quadruplets. The eldest son and the youngest daughter, who was only a year and a half old, were also killed. What wrong did these innocent children do? Were they posing any danger to Israel? Were they carrying arms?
How many times have we heard that there are no innocent civilians in Gaza? I mean, like, he's asking this, like, oh, like, were the babies a threat to you? You know what I mean? Because, like, they're babies, they're innocent babies, obviously, right? But, like, to Zion to the Zionist mission, you know what I mean? To the Zionist cause, you quite literally physically are standing in the way of it. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, like you're quite literally physically standing in the way of their goals.
UNRWA, the UN Agency for Palestinian Refugees, is marking World Humanitarian Day today by honoring its 207th
It's World Humanitarian Day? Wow. It's World Humanitarian Day, pretty close to, what was it the other day? The 75th anniversary of the Geneva Convention. Wow.
Members who've been killed by Israel since October 7th. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres is calling for a polio pause to conduct an urgent vaccination campaign inside Gaza after
Mpox spreading to Pakistan and what was it earlier? The Philippines now. You don't think that the situation is ripe for Mpox to spread there as well? I mean, look, you're seeing polio being found in the wastewater in Gaza. Just one of the many diseases that are running rampant, that are just fucking, that is just going crazy. Not to mention COVID. Not to mention, obviously, fucking COVID. Just running amok.
confirmed a 10-month-old infant had contracted the highly contagious disease.
Let's be clear. The ultimate vaccine for polio is peace and an immediate humanitarian ceasefire. But in any case, a polio pause is a must. It is impossible to conduct a polio vaccination campaign with war raging all over.
Which is kind of the idea, right? Which is like sort of the idea of the, you know, not wanting a ceasefire, right? Like that's sort of the point, right?
10-month-old baby is Gaza's first known case of polio in a quarter of a century. In Israel, relatives of hostages held in Gaza rallied in Tel Aviv this weekend ahead of Tony Blinken's visit. This is Lee Siegel, whose brother is one of the remaining hostages.
We are broken, we are sad, we are tired. We wake up in the morning thinking about the hostages. Maybe this will be the day when they come home. We go to sleep every night thinking tomorrow morning we will wake up to a better day. This morning was not a better day. True, negotiations are ongoing. Until the hostages are home, negotiations mean nothing.
Yo, listen, like I say all the time, I probably disagree with this dude on everything else. You know what I mean? A whole score of other things. But he's exactly right. Like, the thing is, he goes to sleep every night thinking about his loved ones. He wakes up every morning thinking about his loved ones. Netanyahu doesn't lose a wink of sleep over his loved ones. You know what I mean? And like these family members of hostages held in Gaza recognize that the one person putting their family members in further danger, you know what I mean, is their own government, is Bibi Netanyahu. Yes, it is like most of the Knesset. They recognize that. They recognize that because, you know, even though a lot of these people are fucking Zionists, they're not stupid and they can see when they're being shafted. Like we've been saying that since the beginning, right? But now even they're saying it. So wait, is this man Hamas? Are these family members of, you know, are these Israeli family members of hostages held in Gaza Hamas? Are they supporting terrorists? Like what are we doing?
Meanwhile, Hamas and the Islamic Jihad say they're responsible for an explosion in a truck in Tel Aviv Sunday evening. The blast killed one person believed to be the detonator of the explosive, the suicide bomber. Regional tensions remain high amidst ongoing attacks around the Israel-Lebanon border. Lebanese state media reported an Israeli strike in the south of the country killed at least 10 Syrian nationals Saturday, including 2 children. This is a witness of the attack.
Honestly, a number of workers were martyred on the site, including the janitor, along with his wife and 2 children. With them were a number of workers who also lived in the same building. They are all Syrians. This is a civil establishment that works in metal trades for hangars, false ceilings, and homes, and has nothing to do with military things at all.
Meanwhile, Israeli forces earlier today raided the town of Hula in southern Lebanon, according to local reports. In Sudan, a cholera outbreak has killed over 300 people, according to the World Health Organization. The highly contagious infection transmitted through contaminated...
We're doing great, you guys. Like, things are going super well for us right now.
Can cause severe diarrhea and dehydration. Sudan is facing a catastrophic humanitarian situation, with famine declared in a camp in North Darfur and over 10 million displaced since the civil war erupted last April. This
thing is, like, my people don't realize how much this affects them. Like, a lot of people might not even know about anything that's going on in Sudan because they don't realize how much this is, affects them. This affects the rest of the world. They got cholera. If one place has cholera or polio or mpox, the whole world, you know what I mean, can get mpox, cholera, or fucking whatever the fuck. We're all dealing. There's like the refugee situation across the fucking planet is fucking dire. Is dire.
This is Lenny Kensley of the World Food Program.
It is the world's largest hunger crisis. 25.6 million people are in acute hunger, are facing acute hunger. That's 54% of the population. So basically that means 1 in 2 Sudanese is not able to put a basic meal on their plate every day, are struggling every day just to eat. Of those, around 755,000 people are in the highest stage of food insecurity, catastrophic hunger, which basically means they've run out of all options and are surviving in whatever way they can, eating leaves off trees, eating grass.
The Sudanese government is sending a delegation to Cairo for talks with U.S. and Egyptian officials after failing to attend peace talks in Geneva last week. The talks in Egypt...
You spent 100K channel points on what? Oh, on the... Did it not let you? Or we probably don't have any space. I gotta take something off. Here, I'll find something to take off.
Be restricted to discussing the implementation of last year's Jeddah agreement, which is supposed to uphold humanitarian protections during the bloody conflict. Back in the United States, Kamala Harris unveiled her economic policy agenda during a campaign speech in Raleigh, North Carolina, Friday.
As president, I will be laser focused on creating opportunities for the middle class that advance their economic security, stability, and dignity. Together, we will build what I call an opportunity economy.
Harris's plan includes bringing down the cost of housing, childcare, and health care. The Democratic nominee said she'll restore and expand child tax credits, cancel medical debt, cap the cost of drugs, ban price gouging on groceries, and go after predatory corporate landlords, among other things. In other election news, Green Party presidential candidate Dr. Jill Stein announced historian and Professor Butch Ware as her running mate. Jill Stein, who also ran on the Green Party ticket in 2012 and 16, has made a Gaza ceasefire one of the main pillars of her platform. In a post announcing her VP pick, Stein wrote, quote, "This is truly a historic ticket, bringing together a Jewish woman and a black Muslim man against genocide, endless war, climate collapse, and rampant injustice, and for an economy that works for working people, a livable future for our children, and in America and a world that works for
I just realized, like, we have so many cum-related emotes. I think we could do without, like, a few of them. Let me...
all of us, she said. Stein and Butch Ware held a virtual press conference Saturday.
AIPAC and the arms manufacturers have bought and paid for both of these parties. So, of course, they cannot agree to an arms embargo because those checks have already been cashed, right? They have their projections of all of the future income off of the endless future war.
Blame IZ, yeah.
And in health
Peggy?
news, Philippines is the latest country to report a new case of Mpox. Authorities say the 33-year-old Filipino patient came from Manila, had no history of foreign travel.
So I'm saying you have Mpox in the Philippines and Pakistan. You got cholera. We got polio.
The World Health Organization declared Mpox a global public health emergency after an outbreak spread from the Democratic Republic of Congo to a dozen neighboring countries. Sweden and Pakistan have since reported cases as well. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!,
democracynow.org. The
War, peace, and the presidency. We're breaking with
war,
convention.
peace, in the presidency. We're breaking with convention. Okay, so that's what we do when we're at conventions. Okay, she did that at the RNC, and it threw me off. We'll have to remember this week. Okay, how are we doing on time? We have 27 minutes until the ads are upon us. Let's see. Let's knock this stuff out of the way, or knock this out so we can move on. Let's get it out of the way. All right, let's look at this. Let's start it off with this from NPR. 4 ex-law enforcement officers charged $37 million are charged in $37 million extortion scheme. Okay, wow, that's really something there, chat. Prosecutors are accusing 4 ex-law enforcement and military officers of conducting an elaborate fake raid on a California man's home in 2019 in order to trick him into signing away his rights in a business worth tens of millions of dollars. The victim, who was not named in the indictment, shared the business, a China-based rubber chemical manufacturer called Jiangsu Sinorchem Technology Company Limited with a wealthy Chinese national, prosecutors said. The two had been in a costly legal dispute over the company for years. That same unnamed Chinese national that backed the sham raid and contacted one of the defendants, Max Samuel Bennett Turbet. That is such a fucking mouthful.
Tofu wiggle.
Yo, Brainwash, thank you so much for 3 months. I really appreciate it. Thank you. With a plan to end the fight over the business, prosecutors alleged. Turbet, 39, a UK citizen and former member of the British military, along with 3 other men, are now facing charges of conspiracy to commit extortion. One count of attempted extortion, 1 count of conspiracy against rights, and 1 count of deprivation of rights under color of law. The others charged include Stephen Arthur Lankford, 68, a retired Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department deputy who stopped working for the department in 2020. Federal prosecutors said he now owns a Santa Clarita, California-based process service company. What's a process service? Oh, when you get served like for when somebody takes you to court. Fucking cringe, dude. Glenn Luis Cozart, 63, a former LASD deputy. He owns and runs a private investigation and security services company. Why do they all get out of policing, right? They all get out of, being a LASD gang member directly into some shady ass security stuff. Matthew Philip Hart, 41, an Australian citizen and former member of the Australian military. He owns a risk management services business in Australia. An attorney for Lankford declined to comment on the case. Efforts to reach attorneys for the other 3 men named in the indictment were not immediately successful. The scheme stretches from Australia to LA. Prosecutors say that in 2018, Turbet, who also owned an Australia-based private investigation and asset recovery business, was contacted by the wealthy Chinese national, also referred to by prosecutors as the unindicted co-conspirator, to help find and recover assets from victim number 1. The years-long legal dispute, which involved lawsuits filed in China and in Atlanta, had not been the smart way to handle the fight, she told him. She asked Turbet to find a new, quote, solution to the problem, prosecutors alleged. If Turbet helped her, she said, we can both retire, according to the indictment. Turbet and this unindicted co-conspirator had fake settlement agreements drawn up that called on the victim to transfer nearly $37 million in cash and company shares to the woman, prosecutors allege. Following this, Turbet hired Cozart, one of the former LASD deputies, to help find the victim and get a team together to get him to sign the paperwork. Dude, this is so fucking insane. Cozart brought Langford onto the scheme as well as he was still employed as a deputy with the LASD. Against agency policy, Langford searched the victim's name and date of birth into the National Crime Information Center database, a system to be used explicitly for law enforcement matters and not for personal reasons, prosecutors said. Turbet and Hart flew from Australia to Los Angeles to meet with Cozart and Langford to discuss plans for the bogus raid, according to prosecutors. On June 17, 2019, they allegedly put the plan in action. Langford, again in violation of LASD rules, no fucking shit, drove an unmarked department car to the victim's home with Cozart, Hart, and Turbet in tow, according to the indictment. Langford and Cozart allegedly approached the victim outside his home, both identifying themselves as a police officer and an immigration officer. Langford showed his LASD badge to further sell the act, prosecutors said. The victim's family was home at the time. The defendants allegedly forced the victim, his wife, and their 2 children into one room, taking their phones and blocking them from leaving for hours. The victim was allegedly slammed against the wall, choked, and threatened with deportation and separation from his 4-year-old son unless he signed the settlement papers, prosecutors allege. Holy shit. What's up, Single File Lines? Fearing for his family, the man signed the paperwork. Before leaving, Langford said the man would be arrested and deported if he reported the incident to police, investigators allege. Ignoring this threat, the man called the Irvine Police Department as soon as the 4 men left the house. Langford allegedly lied to investigators with the Irvine Police Department and said he was at the victim's house for legitimate law enforcement purposes, that the man consented to everyone being at his home and no force was used. Bruh. What an insane lie. What an insane fucking lie, dude. You're telling me, but you didn't call in, like, there was no call to dispatch, like, you know what I mean? There was no paperwork filed, like, you lying sack of shit. Oh my God. Prosecutors said that by November 2019, all men were paid for the scheme. Turbet's company was paid close to $420,000 by the wealthy Chinese national and was thanked for a very good job, according to prosecutors. Dude, LASD gangs, man. Crazy, bro. Wild shit. More cops trying to do fraud. What's up, Prodigy? 6 California police officers paid someone to take call. Oh, I saw this. Dude, I forgot about this. Oh my God. 6 California police officers paid someone to take college courses for them. Now they face prison. Get absolutely fucking fucked, dude. Yo, Single File Lines, thank you so much for gifting to Reclaw. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. That is so fucking funny, dude. That is so fucking funny. The troubled Antioch Police Department faces another blow as a second police officer was convicted last week in a scheme to fraudulently obtain college degrees for higher pay. Get fucked, dude. That's good. That's good stuff. All right, did I share this in the chat? I did. Okay. Let's see, how are we doing on time? We have 19 minutes until the ads run. All right, now let's quickly look at this story from the horrible KCAL News, local Los Angeles news. Lawsuit claims LAPD officer was driving double the speed limit when he crashed into 2 brothers. This same cop is a member of the street racing task force on the let's check it out, dude.
When they made that turn, the cop car came like a bat out of hell and smashed into him.
Tonight, 2 men in their 70s are suing LAPD after a violent crash left them hospitalized. And KCAL assignment editor Mike Rogers at the desk. Now, Mike, you just spoke with an attorney representing the brothers.
Yeah, Pat, and you know, we covered this story the night that it happened. We had heard the officer needs help call come out over the radio, and we sent SkyCal over there to check it out. I want to show you video from that scene. This is in the 5600 block of Balboa Boulevard in the Lake Balboa area. Now, what we've learned since then is an LAPD Valley traffic officer. Now, according to the LAPD, they say that officer heard a car with some loud exhaust and was trying to catch up to that car when it came into the intersection.
He heard a car with loud exhaust. So with no lights, no sirens, in a 40-mile-per-hour zone, he went over 80 miles per hour to try to catch up to somebody. No lights, no sirens, not even a honk while passing through an intersection. Fucking piece of shit.
Intersection here and collided with that red Toyota. What we know now is inside of that red Toyota are two brothers in their 70s. The Paper brothers were coming home from dinner with their other brother when they were broadsided by the LAPD cruiser. I had a chance to speak with that attorney tonight. I want to show you some photos that he gave to me of that Toyota.
Look at that.
They say data recovered from the LAPD cruiser shows that officer was driving at 80 miles an hour just moments before the crash. By the way, the posted speed limit on that road is only 45 miles an hour.
Bro, isn't that reckless driving or whatever? It's like when it's like double the speed limit. What's the limit to, like, what makes something reckless driving? I'm pretty sure double the speed limit is that. Like, that is, you should get like, that should be considered very serious. You know what I'm saying? No lights, no sirens. Yeah, over 15 is reckless. Wait, 15 over the speed limit? Oh, bro.
The lawsuit also alleges that the officer was not responding
Done deal, dude.
Was not responding
Case
code
closed.
3 when that collision occurred. What makes matters worse is that this officer is a Valley traffic officer assigned to a very specific task force.
Which one is that?
It's absolutely insane that you have an officer who was assigned to the street racing task force of all.
Of course. Like, see, these normies here, right? And these reactionaries at KCAL News, like, they're like, how could this be? And I'm like, yeah, that sounds like normal ass cop behavior.
All the task force in the department. They put him on the speed racing one. And what does he do? He's the one that's racing. He's the one that's speeding. He wasn't trying to stop one. He was doing it himself.
Now tonight, Pat, the two brothers are still hospitalized 2.5 months.
Chad, I forgot about this, but this is from 2 days ago, but it like over the weekend, but obviously I wasn't streaming, so we didn't watch it, but saved it for today. I need you to listen really closely. I'm going to turn the music off. Listen really closely. Do you hear someone whispering ASMR style in this video? Listen really, really, really close. I'm not joking. Like, turn down everything, like put your headphones on, like listen really closely in the background. I'm going to turn it up.
Himself.
Now tonight, Pat, the two brothers are still hospitalized 2.5 months after that crash. Excuse me. They are still recovering, have had many surgeries.
Do you hear it?
In the department, they put him on the speed racing one.
Listen.
And what does he do? He's the one that's racing. He's the one that's speeding. He wasn't trying to stop one. He was doing it himself.
Now tonight, Pat, the two brothers are still hospitalized 2.5 months after that crash. Excuse me. They are still recovering, have had many surgeries.
What the fuck is that? What in the fucking subliminal fucking messaging is that? Suddenly, I am a fan of the police. Suddenly, you know, like, local news is my favorite. I get all my news from local news, and I'm a huge fan of police, and I'm very terrified of, you know, like the crime wave that is constantly happening or whatever. Like, what is this? That shit freaks me out. Like, is that, no, but seriously, is there somebody like in the control room and they have like a hot mic and they don't realize it and they're talking to somebody? Is the cameraman talking to somebody right next to him, like really like quietly? And they don't realize that the camera is like kind of picking them up, because it must be, because you can hear it like it's like it's ASMR, like they're right up on a mic whispering into it. You know what I mean? So it can't be his lapel mic. It can't be that. Like, what the fuck is it? What's up, James?
the way, I also want to point out that the LAPD should have released a critical incident video within.
Dude, that's some straight fucking. One more time, if you didn't hear it, listen. Some straight fucking subliminal messaging.
Himself.
Now tonight, Pat, the two brothers are still hospitalized 2.5 months after that crash. Excuse me. They are still recovering, have had many surgeries as well. By the way, I also want to point out that the LAPD should have released a critical incident video within 45 days of this crash. We are well beyond that 45 days.
Oh, LAPD violating the rules? Uh-oh.
So far, the department has not released that video. The attorney I spoke with tonight says he also has not seen the video.
All right, but I know you're staying on top of it, Mike. Thanks for the update.
Thanks, Mike. Love you. Mwah. Okay. Okay, what's next? Okay, we're gonna skip this cause it's already fucking late. How much time do we have? We have 12 minutes until the ads run. Let's get into the let's be honest. This is the top story of the day. Okay, I know there's a bunch of other things going on in the news today, and we're gonna talk about a lot of shit, but this is the most important headline, the top headline. All right, so we're gonna look at one more thing before we get into the ads. And like I said, top news story of the day: George motherfucking Santos gets emotional after pleading guilty to wire fraud and identity theft. Let's check it out. There goes our hero. Watch him as he goes. Dude.
Years of telling lies. Former Congressman George Santos stood in the courthouse right behind me and finally, under oath, told the truth. And that truth
is that he's gay. I know. You're all surprised. I am too. We're all surprised. But it's true.
He is a criminal.
Oh. Also that. Oh.
Santos pled guilty to committing serious crimes involving fraud and identity theft. He also admitted to committing all other crimes he was charged with in the superseding indictment. As a result, he'll finally be held to account for his actions.
Gay and not
Pleading
Jewish.
guilty is a step I never imagined I'd take. But it is a necessary one because it is the right thing to do. It's not only a recognition of my misrepresentations to others.
Lies. Misrepresentations. Otherwise known as to the rest of the fucking sane world as lies. Misrepresentations. I love it.
But more profoundly, it is my own recognition of the lies I told myself over.
Listen, I'm telling you, chat, this motherfucker, up until this, has been talking shit. Saying, like, I'm, witch hunt. Like, I'm being canceled. Fucking, like, now I'm able to, like, speak the truth now that I'm not on the hill. Like, I sit in on this motherfucker's Twitter spaces, dude. I like, he's been talking nothing but trash. And now here he is like, is this a perfect, opportunity for me to learn my lesson? And like, you know what I mean? It's...
It is a confirmation with these truths that have flooded me with deep regret for the choices I make. I'm taking responsibility because
he's taking responsibility, chat. Now he's gonna have watch him like have a left, like a left arc of why I left the right or something. Like, oh, this is so cool.
There's no other way around it. To my family, friends, and supporters, and the people of New York's 3rd Congressional District.
It's really flag pin. Oh fuck, never mind. Nope.
I offer my deepest apologies. I know that my actions.
He's sorry, guys.
Disappointment, frustration, and a loss of faith in me, and for that I'm true.
He's sorry.
As I move forward, I am committed to living.
For one, I believe him. I believe him. I believe him and I forgive him.
Life that reflects the values I should have upheld all along. Truth and integrity.
Truth and integrity.
I know that rebuilding trust will take time and that my actions will always be a part of my history.
Bro, no, if anybody ever trusts you, like if you seriously ever come across somebody who trusts you and puts themselves, you know, around you and then knowingly puts themselves in a point of puts themselves in a point of vulnerability, you know what I mean, to you, like that's not happening. That person is dumb as fuck. If somebody does that, they're just, I don't know what's going on with them. They you know, damn. But seriously, nobody in their right mind would ever trust you ever again. Anybody who ever, for the rest of your life, you are going to be surrounded by people who want to take things from you, who want to use you for your clout, for your whatever. Like, people like you, that is what you are doomed to have for the rest of your life. No, like, genuine person will be like, you know what? No matter your crazy past, I trust you now and I believe you've changed. Like, no, dog, you are the final boss of the scammers. Like, you made it all the way to the top. Like, and nah, you ain't gonna scam me, fam. Like,
however, I am determined to use this experience as a turning point in my life. One that will guide me to make better choices and to be an exemplary member of my community. Thank you.
Cringe. Is it just going to be
Congressman George
Santos? Let's get a little commentary
speaking to a crowd of reporters outside of court after his guilty plea.
I understand that there are legal consequences for my actions, and I accept them fully.
The embattled Republican, who became the first sitting member of Congress to be booted from office by his own colleagues in more than 20 years, pleaded guilty to 2 charges: wire fraud and aggravated identity theft. This after federal prosecutors.
What is aggravated identity theft? What makes something aggravated? You gotta be like, when you do it, or...
Prosecutors indicted Santos on dozens of charges. While throughout his legal woes, Santos defiantly maintained he was the victim of political prosecution, today he showed a different side.
It's clear to me now that I allowed ambition to cloud my judgment, leading me to make decisions that were unethical.
George Santos stood in the courthouse right behind me and finally, under oath, told the truth.
A virtual unknown, Santos rode a Republican wave into office in 2022 with a resume that was built on lies. He bragged about cutting million-dollar business deals that didn't exist and boasted about being a star volleyball player, a sport he never played. A scathing House ethics report accused Santos of deceiving his donors and using campaign cash to fund his lavish lifestyle. Congressman, what do you say to your constituents?
Excuse me. You guys got to get out of my way.
But despite the
it's like when what was that guy's name that was poisoning the king of Rohan? The little witch dude who was like whispering in the ear of Rohan, and when he's like cast out. Yo, Becca, thank you. Tier 2. Thank you so much for the tier 2. I really appreciate it. I hope you're doing good. Good to see you. Hope you're well. Wormtongue, is that his name? Okay, yeah. When Wormtongue is like cast out and he's like running away and he's like, out of my way, and he's like knocking over like peasants as he's running out and shit. That's like...
and using campaign cash to fund his lavish lifestyle. Congressman, what do you say to your constituents?
Excuse me. You guys got to get out of my way.
But despite the embarrassing public spectacle, Santos refused to go away quietly. He was active on social media and sold hundreds of short personal...
I've seen him, dude. He made tons of money off that cameo shit. Okay, he made tons of money off that cameo shit. But I've been following this man. I've been following this man. I've been following everything that he's been up to, all the fucking shit he's been talking. He's been nothing but a catty bitch about all of the shit that's going on. claiming that it's all bullshit. He's been just doubled down trying to play the Trump card and just double down, triple down, quadruple down. It's all bullshit. It's all a fucking witch hunt. Like, I'm being canceled, yada, yada, yada. That's it. And now he's like, now it's like a perfect opportunity for me to turn over a new leaf and take responsibility. And, you know, it's so
videos
good.
to fans on Cameo.
Let's talk about Botox for a second.
Let's talk
Santos
about
is
it.
scheduled to be sentenced in February. He faces a minimum of at least 2 years in prison, but could face up to 22 years behind bars.
Womp, womp.
Lester?
Damn.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories.
That's crazy. Thank you, Lester. Appreciate you. All right, chat. Next up, what are we doing next? What time is it? 12:46. Okay, chat. Next up, we're gonna start off. With this from The Prospect. Sanders urges ban on super PACs in Democratic primaries. So first, we're gonna take a look at this, and then we're gonna hop into, and pretty much for the rest of the stream, we're gonna just like do our DNC recap. I have like all of these things that we're gonna look at here from, you know, these articles and Twitter posts and whatever. Exclamation point watching in the chat for a link to this playlist that contains all of the videos that we have watched this evening and will watch for the rest of the evening. Like I said, coming up next, we're going to start it slow with this story from The Prospect about Bernie urging a ban on super PACs. Yo, Xenomonic, thank you so much for gifting to Robogenesis. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What is this? Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Get out of my way!
Literally this. Get out of my way. You guys are gonna need to move. Okay. It's literally that. It's literally that. It's so good. And yeah, so exclamation point watching in the chat for a link to this playlist. And we have a bunch of fun content that we're gonna watch this evening as well, once we're done with the politics shit. But yeah, first chat, before we continue on and get into our DNC coverage for the day, we must run an ad break because it's been an hour since our last ad break. Don't you worry though, because here at the Tofu Ghost broadcast, when I run ads, I run them while I'm away from the stream. That way, even if you're unsubscribed to the channel, you don't miss out on any of the content. But if you would like to support the stream, if you would like to support me, the streamer, and also in doing so, get access to really cool Tofu Ghost emotes, as well as an ad-free viewing experience, all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free with Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account, if you have one, to your Twitch account. Or let's say you're already subscribed to the channel and you're feeling generous and you have the means to. Maybe consider upgrading your sub from tier 1 to tier 2 or tier 3 to get exclusive emotes. Or even better yet, maybe consider gifting a sub to one of our unsubbed friends in the chat like Cicero or OG Prodigy or whoever else is unsubscribed in the chat. If you are one of those unsubbed friends, make sure to say hi, throw an emote in the chat or something. Or if you're lurking, use the please gift me a sub redeem. That way somebody might notice you and feel generous enough to shoot you a gifty. We are just starting the stream off at 4 out of 25 for the daily sub goal, chat. If you enjoy the stream, if you enjoy the content, if you'd like to see it continue on full time, if you'd like to see it continue on full time while me also simultaneously being able to pay my bills and my rent, please do consider supporting in some way. You can also throw bits or a dono my way. All of these things are very, very, very much appreciated. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Don't you go anywhere. BRB. Okay. We're back. Thanks for waiting. Thanks for sitting through the ads. If you are one of those that had to sit through some bullshit ads, I appreciate you for doing that. It's a good way to help out the stream, even if you don't have any money to throw my way. But speaking of money being thrown my way, thank you so much, Xenomonic, for gifting to LWCN Gamer. Thank you. Also, Xenomonic for gifting to RoboGenesis. Thank you so much for the 2 community gift subs. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Putting us at 5 out of 25 for the daily sub goal. Very pog. Thank you so much. Also, is anyone else getting ads despite subbed? That's weird. You should maybe need to like log in and log out, or I don't know. Are you on mobile, or are you I'm not sure. What's up, lesbian hot sauce? Yeah, refresh or something. That's weird. Okay, where were we? Yes, just about to get into the DNC news. We're gonna slowly wiggle our way into DNC news by talking about Bernard, old man Bernie, being covered by The Prospect, as he urges a ban on super PACs in Democratic primaries, which is obviously good and based, and something that Bernie Sanders has been talking about. He's been talking about the same things for fucking decades and decades. So let's take a look at this before we talk about the DNC more specifically. What's up, Industrial Arts? Okay, from The Prospect, Sanders urges ban on super PACs in Democratic primaries. Senator Bernard Sanders, independent from Vermont, called for an end to super PAC money in Democratic primaries at Progressive Democrats of America event on the eve of the first night of the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. Sanders campaigned earlier this summer for squad members Representatives Jamal Bowman and Cori Bush. They lost their primaries amid massive amounts of super PAC spending, particularly from pro-Israel forces ties to the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, otherwise known as AIPAC. The 2 races were among the most expensive Democratic primaries in history. What you're seeing from AIPAC and other super PACs is simply outrageous, Sanders said. Democrats often talk about the need to end Citizens United, and we agree. They talk about moving to public funding of elections, but if you're serious about the power of money in politics, you can say today, sorry, no super PACs allowed in primaries. Political parties do have control over the terms of primary elections. A growing number of progressive Democrats, led by former Communications Workers of America President Larry Cohen, have been suggesting that the DNC could disqualify super PAC spending in their primary elections to select Democratic nominees. That would be incredibly fucking based. I think you called it. Damn, that's crazy. Wait, what happened? You might have yeah, ad block will do that. Yeah, ad block does that too. Yeah, Twitch doesn't like that shit. I would say, chat, if you are somebody who watches, chances are if you're here, you qualify. If you're a fan of the Tofago stream, you probably qualify for this. But like, if you watch a lot of Twitch, like, you should just like, as a viewer, Turbo is awesome. Turbo is great. I will tell you the truth. My perspective of it seems to be that it's really great for the viewer, but not so great for the streamer. Like, if everybody like started using Turbo and stopped subbing, that would be a huge decline in money. You know what I mean? But not a lot of people, that I don't know if that everybody wants it, but yeah. So like, I don't know. Just keep that in mind. I do both. I do both also. But I understand that, like, not everybody can do that. Rara emote. Yeah, shouts out Vexroid. I was talking to Young Skirt earlier in Young Skirt's stream, and I said that him and I and Blood Glow should get together and like do some kind of collab, talk about music. Maybe listen, but like talk about music, do something, just do something together, like stream wise or something, content wise. And he was like, "Oh, that'd be great. You know, that'd be cool. And we should also like talk to Rara. So that would be sick if we could do that. That would be sick if we could do that. But anyway, let's continue. Okay. This obviously would create a huge fight within the party, but the logic is that while current campaign finance law grants free speech rights to billionaires and corporations, cringe, a political party has the right to make the determination that big money should be kept out. Oh. Yo, Razor Gem, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a wonderful stream. Shouts out Razor. Did I spell it right? Oh, the Razor Gem. The Razor Gem. Thank you so much for the stream, for the raid. I hope you had a wonderful stream. What were y'all up to? Welcome in. We're talking about Bernard Sanders saying that super PACs should be banned, and I happen to, surprise, agree. I happen to agree. Where do we leave off? Sanders isn't... Oh, let's pick it up from here. This obviously would create a huge fight within the party, but the logic is that while current campaign finance laws grant free speech rights to billionaires and corporations, which is incredibly cringe, a political party has the right to make the determination that big money should be kept out. Sanders isn't blind to the forces of big money within the Democratic Party, of course. He advised people attending the convention in Chicago to look at the super boxes in the United Arena and suggested that they go for $1 million or more. You've got lobbyists, the big money interests floating all over the place, Sanders said. But in theory, the party could absolutely limit the types of spending in the primary elections that they manage. A super PAC is likely to be a rallying cry for progressives who see themselves as under assault from pro-Israel, crypto, and other interests in primaries. Sanders spoke at a tribute to the Reverend Jesse Jackson during the Progressive Democrats of America's Progressive Central gathering on Sunday night, and then answered questions from the nation's John Nichols. His remarks on money and politics came after his remarks during a question and answer session. The speech was Sanders' usual melange of statistics about how America is failing to deliver on economic justice for working class Americans. Pointing to his wife, he joked, Jane says I should hand out Prozac after my speeches. Hell yeah. He did say that President Brandon was the most progressive president most progressive president in recent history in economic terms. Sorry. Considering what he was prepared to do with his Build Back Better plan that was scuttled by the Senate, and for his work on the American Rescue Plan, which was signed into law. Asked about the Harris-Wallace campaign, Sanders said that Kamala, for a variety of reasons, has created a whole lot of excitement and energy. We're going to do everything we can to make sure she wins. When Nichols mentioned that Tim Walz is sometimes called the Bernie Sanders of Minnesota, Sanders frowned a bit, saying, the same people who say that invented the idea that Kamala Harris is more radical than Bernie. In neither case is it true, unfortunately. He said, listen, all jokes aside, these motherfuckers have nothing on me. Okay, all jokes aside. Wait, did I never hit enter? Oh my god, I realized I typed shout out the Razor Gem and never hit enter. Shouts out Razor Gem. Thank you so much for the raid. Everybody go follow. The senior senator from Vermont continued. What I like about Tim is he is a very down-to-earth guy. I like him, and his record as governor in Minnesota is a good record, given the small margin that they have in the state legislature. I was glad that the vice president chose him. Sanders will address the convention on Tuesday. Today, technically. David Dayen. Okay, this is written by David Dayen. Anyway, that's from The Prospect, from David Dayen. Bernard continuously being, saying this. He's been saying this shit for fucking years, okay? I'm still kind of mad at Bernie. You know what I mean? I'm still kind of mad at Bernie. I'm not gonna lie. I'm still kind of mad. Still kind of mad. But he's obviously extremely correct here. So we calls him like we sees him, chat. let's move on. Let's actually get into DNC stuff. Let's look at this. DNC live updates. Let's talk about, actually, you know what? We'll keep this for later. Let's look at this first. The DNC is very content friendly. Very content friendly. Or the DNC is content friendly. Very content friendly. The halls of the arena are a sort of playground for the 200 or so content creators credentialed to cover the events for their follows. And there are plenty of celebrities in attendance to help generate buzz. Look at that guy. Who's that guy? There's an enigmatic creator lounge where everyone can mingle behind a curtain, a well-lit carpet area where creators can interview Harris Walls, surrogates, and each other, and plenty of step and repeats featuring take a selfie signs. The backdrops are actually meant to encourage any attendants to post about the convention, even if they don't have huge followings on social media. All right, we'll hold off that stuff until we talk about Joe Brandon. We won't have time to talk about this today. Yeah, we won't talk about this today. One sec. Let's see. All right, let's start it off with this. Exclamation point watching in the chat for a link to this playlist that contains all the videos we have watched and will watch. We'll look at Associated Press and Democracy Now, looking at some of the protests outside of the DNC, and I have some Twitter posts as well that we'll take a look at on that front. What's up, Katie? Thousands march and protest ahead of the DNC in Chicago. No ceasefire, no vote.
I'm here today because I want the Biden-Harris administration and I want Vice President Harris to know that there are people who are not willing to vote for her if she is going to continue to arm and fund the Israelis and participate in genocide.
Go off. Let's go.
I want to see transgender people be respected for who they are, and I want peace and love and justice.
Hell yeah. Yo, Midnight Dime, thank you so much for gifting to Katie. That's very, very kind. Thank you so much. Chicago. Protesters break through police fence near the DNC. Uh-oh, here they come.
Don't leave so soon, y'all! Don't leave so soon!
They goose stepping.
People die in Gaza. Every day, 100 people die in Gaza. The whole world's watching. The whole world's watching. The whole world is watching.
They're talking about us, chat. We're watching. Never defeated.
How many kids do you kill today? How many kids did you kill today?
Oh, yeah. All right, let's look at this from Democracy right motherfucking now.
This is Democracy Now! We're broadcasting from the studios of Can TV here in Chicago. We're breaking with convention, war, peace, and the presidency. I'm Amy Goodman here with Juan Gonzalez. Again, we're broadcasting together in the same room for the first time in 4.5 years.
Oh, I just realized that. Oh my God. Wait, because he's always in Chicago, but she's in Chicago. Since the fucking pandemic, they haven't been in the same room and done a fucking episode together. Since the pandemic is still happening, but you know, since the lockdowns, they haven't been in the same room and done a fucking an episode together. Holy shit, dude. You love to see it, baby. You fucking love to see it, baby.
after the pandemic, and then Juan moved here to Chicago. It's great to be with you, Juan.
Great to be with you, Amy, and welcome to all of our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world.
That's so cool. Yo, Janum196, thank you so much for your fresh primer. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Welcome in.
The Democratic National Convention opens today here in Chicago, where Vice President Kamala Harris will be accepting the Democratic nomination on Thursday. While the delegates gather in the United Center for the convention, thousands of protesters are converging on Chicago to make their voices heard. Over the course of the week, there are at least 6 major protests planned. The demonstrations kicked off on Sunday on the eve of the convention with the March for Bodies Outside Unjust Laws, which was organized by a coalition of several different activist groups to demand action on reproductive rights, LGBTQ rights, and on an end to the war on Gaza.
Democracy Now! Is on the streets to cover the demonstration. These are some of the voices of the protesters.
My name is Jax Blackmore, and I am the organizing director of Shout Your Abortion. You cannot talk about reproductive justice without talking about Palestinian liberation. We are talking about body autonomy. We are talking about the freedom to control what happens to our bodies, our families, our futures, our ability to move between places. This is not something that's exclusively granted just to the American voter. This is something that we protect and stand in solidarity with people around the world and around the globe. And so we stand just as much about bodily autonomy and reproductive justice as we do for people here, as we do in Palestine.
My name is Iman Abdelhadi. I'm an organizer here in Chicago. I'm also a professor at the University of Chicago.
What specifically about queer and trans movements and reproductive rights connects to Israel's war on Gaza and the horrors that people are experiencing in Gaza today?
The genocide has had massive amounts of sexual violence and has had a disproportionate impact on women and their access to health care. But more broadly, genocide always starts with the decision that some bodies need to be controlled, contained, or exterminated. And that's exactly what reproductive justice is about. And that's exactly what freeing Palestine is about. It's about ending the state's right to do that to any population.
I'm Shama Sawant. I was a socialist on the Seattle City Council for a decade.
We heard from her earlier.
That we have 2 parties for the warmongering billionaire class. Harris and Trump are both warmongering candidates, and despite some of the differences between them, at the end of the day, it is the Biden-Harris administration that has presided over the support for this war. After Harris became the anointed, crowned candidate for the Democratic Party, after that happened, you saw the Biden-Harris administration approving more than $20 billion more for military aid to Israel.
True.
I'm Jane Steinfels Hussein. I'm here with Code Pink, and I'm here from the Nashville Peace and Justice Center in Nashville, Tennessee.
And you were here in Chicago in 1968 for the DNC that took place that year.
Let's go.
It was accurately described as a police riot, and I was a witness.
Yo, listen, most riots would be accurately described as police riots. Most riots only are riots once the police gets there. Okay, remember, okay?
I was a street medic. I was newly graduated from the University of Chicago and hugely...
Street medic like Nori?
Pregnant. And I was stuck at one point right out in front of the Hilton Hotel, where the police were beating people and dragging them and putting them in paddy wagons. And the young man who was staying with us, I spent several days afterwards looking for him at hospitals and police stations, and he was left in an alley behind the Hilton by the police.
Damn.
Both of his legs were broken.
Oh my God.
It was really, really violent. I think it is a pivotal moment, but there have been so many pivotal moments for the Democratic Party to take the right action, and So I don't have an awful lot of hope for the Democratic Party, but I do have a hope for the people of America because I think young people in much greater numbers are really clued into American imperialism and the whole war economy.
Grant Rosen, the rabbi of the congregation Tzedek Chicago.
Let's go. What do you say to people who are calling for, arms embargo, who are calling for these simple demands of ceasefire, who are pro-Palestinian as being anti-Semitic?
It's just astonishing to hear people say stop war is somehow anti-Semitic. I mean, on a very basic level, as a rabbi, my spiritual tradition is demands that we pursue peace and we pursue justice. The claim that it's somehow anti-Semitic is just, it's absurd.
What the fuck? He was my rabbi? Wait, really? Really? Dope? Good rabbi?
It shows the desperation of those who stand with Israel unconditionally. It shows the patent immorality.
Resigned for banging a member? What? Drama like 15 years ago.
Justine Medina. I'm on the organizing committee at JFK8 with ALUIBT.
Doesn't mean he's not based. He still sounds based as hell.
The Palestinian trade unions, since this genocidal war started, have been asking for support from their labor and brother sisters around the world. So as internationalists, as fighters for labor power, we cannot ignore that call. And we are going to come here and we're going to tell everyone, Republican, Democrat, Independent, it doesn't matter. We need a ceasefire now. We need an arms embargo now. We need a liberated Palestine. We need to end the occupation because the working class is global.
The possibility of Trump 2.0 is only a reality because of the many betrayals by the Biden-Harris administration. Biden and Harris, both as president and as vice president, and the Democratic Party as a whole, they broke their promise for a $15 an hour minimum wage.
I love this part.
The railroad worker strike, which is possibly one of the most anti-worker, anti-union actions that can be taken by politicians. And so, in other words, both the Democratic and Republican parties are anti-worker.
She's spitting. She is spitting.
I want people to know that there is a strong movement within the Democratic Party, certainly with the uncommitted movement, but not only. Inside the halls of the convention and out here in the streets, there is a strong constituency that is demanding a fair and humane and a just foreign policy, and in particular an end to this genocide. And people often say that, well, this is just focusing on one issue. In a time of genocide is the only issue.
If the Democrats want us
Who the fuck said anything about Kanye? Why are you being so weird? You're always...
They need to actually earn our votes by giving us a meaningful change on Gaza. They have not done that. We are not going to do the work for them of getting Kamala Harris elected if they cannot stop the most basic thing, which is the slaughter of our people abroad with our money. So for Palestinian Americans, this is a fundamental issue, and we have spent 10.
Cornel West and Kanye are two completely different people. So you're saying that you're making you're making a little bit of a racist joke? Is that what you're saying? Those are two completely different people.
Months watching our people die every day, to ask us to simply come out and just wait and hope that some change will happen before the election.
Yeah, it is radical statical.
And it's completely insensitive to where we are as a community.
Some of the voices from the first protests leading up to the Democratic National Convention here in Chicago, beginning today. That protest yesterday. Special thanks to Democracy Now! Producer Sam Alcoff, Messiah Rhodes, and Maria Terracena.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Okay. Let's see. How are we doing on time? Doing good. right, let's look at this. Speaking of which, Dr. Cornel West has just arrived and is immediately sworn by press. Whoa! Holy fucking leftist audio. Of course, the most leftist audio from none other than friend of the show, Brett Hamilton. Wait, is that Jank in the background? Is that Jake? Oh my god, uncle in the background, that's so funny. Hell yeah, dude. Let's go, dude. Let's go, legendary. OG Prodigy shared, was it this? Did you share this, Prodigy? For, is this where Cornel West speaks? Okay, yeah, we'll look at that. We'll look at that. The whole world is watching anti-genocide protesters are being arrested outside the DNC. We already looked at this. We'll look at this later though. Oh, and this is from when the first layer of fence was breached. Earlier we saw a little bit of it at the headlines. Protesters link arms as police approach them in what would have been a secured area. We saw a piece of this footage earlier too. Please squeeze protesters out of the secure area.
I'm taking media passes if you don't get in the park. Disobeying our orders. Get in the park.
I'm taking media passes. Damn, dude. What the fuck? But they're media, bro. You can't do that. Don't get kettled, chat. Be like water, as they say. You do not have to be arrested. You do not have to be kettled. Keep it moving. Police begin attempting to rebuild breached areas of DNC fences. Protests continue. It's always, I think they're just talking shit, which is fine, and I support this fully. But like, it's always funny to hear like the nice protester in the crowd that's like trying to like make an emotional appeal to the police, like while they're standing there in hats and bats, like, you know what I mean? And you're like, there's 40,000 children that have died. Don't you care? They're like, no, motherfucker. Like, they don't, bro. They are standing here just waiting for the opportunity to beat your ass. And you're sitting here like, come on, man. You could take your badge off right now and join us, man. It's like, bro, they cannot wait to kick your ass, bro. They cannot wait. United States Capitol Police stand behind fence with shields following the DNC fence breach situation. Oh, they got the little round shields. Okay. Additional police arrive at park outside DNC. At this point, more police started arriving and more protesters started leaving. Protesters were outnumbered at this point. God damn, dude. Holy. Here they go. Wait, did you hear that guy in the background? Listen, listen, listen. None of this is real. Time to wake up. What did he say, bro? I'm fucking dreaming right now. It's the Truman Show, man. Yo, that guy took way too much acid at Occupy and he never came back. That dude never really came down off all the acid he took at Occupy. Like, this fucking Truman Show, man. It's like, none of this is real, man. Wake up, bro. God damn, that's a lot of cops. Holy shit. That's a lot of piggies. Police begin clearing park bit by bit.
Then I'm gonna get charged with murder, right? Because I'm complicit. These guys are the same way, complicit to murder.
Oh.
Because they don't say anything.
I was like, what?
Is as guilty as doing it. Remember that.
It's true. True. Park cleared. The police have fully regained control of the playground. Sir, we've taken the jungle gym. Sir, we've taken the jungle gym. The jungle gym is now under our control. Roger. No. All right, so that happened. Move that. You guys kept saying move that, and so I started throwing it. I'm sorry, I didn't know you meant leave. I thought you meant like move that. That's my bad. All right, now how are we doing on time? We're doing great, dude. We're gonna fucking do comfy content sooner rather than later. Holy. Oh, let's look at this. I almost skipped past this. Let's take a look at this quickly.
Let us be clear. Let us not be deceived. We are here because we have a profound love of our precious Palestinian brothers and sisters and siblings. And we send a message to them: you are not abandoned, you are not alone. We will never forget you. Your dignity and your decency will never be crushed by any form of terrorism or genocide or ethnic cleansing or apartheid-like conditions. And this is not about some Machiavellian politics or some utilitarian calculation about an election. This is about morality.
Yo.
This is about spirituality.
Morality.
And I come to you from a great black people who've been hated for 400 years and taught the world so much about love. Who've been terrorized for 400 years and taught the world so much about freedom for everybody. Who've been traumatized for 400 years and taught the world so much about wounded healing. That's the best of black America. That's Frederick Douglass. That's Ida B. Wells. That's Harriet Tubman. That's Martin Luther King Jr. That's Malcolm X. That's Curtis Mayfield. That's Luther Vandross. That's Nina Simone.
Yo. Democracy is like jazz,
and
chat.
it's precisely this moral power, this spiritual power that allows us to straighten our backs up and say, no to genocide, a Democratic Party. Shame on you. You're accommodating yourself to empire.
Yo.
Shame on you. You're accommodating yourself to organize greed. Shame on you, you weaponizing hatred. And then people have the nerve to say, we are the haters. We have a love for our Palestinians, and we have a love for oppressed people wherever they are around the world. But at the moment, it's about Gaza. Just like it's about mass incarceration, it's about the hoods and the barrios and the poor communities.
That's right.
But I want to end on this note, because I just left this magnificent press conference for the abandoned Harris people. Because there's a lot of folk getting excited about Sister Harris because she's a black sister from Jamaica and from India. And we simply want to say a black face in a high place in the same empire, the same predatory capitalist processes, the same policies of genocide do not move us. It's not a function of your skin pigmentation. It's not a function of your gender. It's not a function of your sexual orientation. What kind of moral substance do you have?
What kind of moral substance do you have?
What kind of ethical content do you have? What kind of political consequences for those in my black church tradition from the 25th chapter of Matthew? What you do unto the least of these, you do unto me. And that's true for our precious Jews, precious Muslims, precious Christians like myself, secular brothers and sisters, atheistic, agnostic. What kind of human being are you choosing to be in your short trek from your mama's womb to tomb? That's why we stand here.
You can't stop barring, bro.
Brothers and sisters, shame on the Democratic Party.
Damn, dude. He said from your mama's womb to the tomb, bro.
Can we make some noise for Dr. Cornel West?
That's right. That's right. Fucking legend. Absolute legend. An icon for the ages. Okay. What is your moral character? It's about morality. I like what he said about it's not about the utilitarian, nature of participating in, the process. It's about morality. It's like, damn. That's right. That's right. That's correct, sir. Okay, where are we at now? Let's continue on with some DNC stuff. Let's look at... Here, let me switch these. Actually. Thank you, Ramona. Let's switch these. Let's see. Switch those. Okay, next up, we're gonna look at a couple things from PBS, PBS NewsHour. For some Democrats, Harris Wall's ticket is, quote, a shot in the arm that we really needed. Yeah, remember how many fucking dumbass Democrats were telling you that was a fucking stupid, unrealistic thing to say? You know what I mean? Remember how many fucking people that were riding with Biden to the fucking end, and now all of them are fucking silent and they're all coconut pilled? You know what I mean? How many fucking hypocrites are just fucking completely silent on the matter, right? And we're gonna look after that. We're gonna look at union leaders speaking at a 2024 Democratic National Convention. Actually, we'll probably hold that till after my president, Jonathan O'Fanigan, the UAW president. We'll probably watch those together, actually. So let's look at this first. Dun, 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 dun.
Harris now becoming the primary candidate for president is personal for me. I'm a young black woman, 32 years old, and like I tell everyone, it's almost like you're re-envisioning what your future could be. When you look at the TV and you say, Mom, I want to be this when I grow up. And now I'm like, maybe I could be president when I grow up.
So like liberals, like next time you want to like say something, chirp about progressives in the left, like remember like that you should be thanking the progressive left for the rejuvenation in the party that you love so much, right? You're welcome. You're welcome. Will you learn from it? Will any of you learn anything from that?
Very enthusiastic. I think it's a shot in the arm that we really needed, and
Good question.
Just really impressed with them. Everything that they've done on the campaign trail so far has been getting an excellent reception in every state, so we're just incredibly pleased. Very strong top of the ticket. That's going to help us all the way down to state-led races.
I am overjoyed. Kamala Harris has proven to be an excellent leader, both in the White House as vice president, as a U.S. senator, as a prosecutor. Governor Walz has shown to be an effective governor.
Polling better than Kamala, polling better than Barack Obama. You're welcome. Why is that? Why is Tim Walz so popular? Why are the policies that Kamala Harris has unveiled, like economic policies, why are they so popular? Because they're progressive. Because they're fucking mirroring and doubling down on the style of politics that Tim Walz comes from. You know what I mean? You're welcome, liberals. But no, liberals will still be stuck up their own fucking asses and not learn a single fucking thing. Nope.
A dream team to see them in the White House, and I look forward to voting for them in November.
I think the Biden-Harris record over the last 4 years has been incredibly strong. So you have Kamala Harris taking that legacy and running on it. But there's enthusiasm behind a new candidate, a new generation, engaging a different part of our coalition. So it's that perfect intersection of somebody who basically can run as an incumbent, but also present themselves as a new candidate for America.
Oh, sorry, there's no. I need to put the title. Oh, there's no captions.
To the fold, and all different types.
I keep saying this over and over again. Two people you need to care about if you want to sweep this election. If you like I said, not only do you need to win this election, but you need to destroy. Like, you need to do really well. There needs to be no fucking possibility, no question of who won this election. How do you do that? You need to sweep. How do you sweep? You listen to two people, the young people and the unions. Okay? Both of those. We're doing pretty good. We're doing pretty good on the union side of that. You know what I mean? And we're going to look at, the Sean Fain speaking. We're going to look at other union leaders speaking. Like, they've been doing a pretty good job with that. Tim Walz is very effective on that point. Right? But remember, Tim Walz is not representative of the liberal establishment of the Democratic Party. Okay? Like, this was much to the dismay of a lot of liberals in the Democratic Party. They wanted somebody like Shapiro. Okay, Tim Walz was the smartest possible thing they could do because he's so popular and those types of fucking policies are so popular. But they had to reckon with the reality of the power that the left flank has. The progressive wing of the Democratic Party has. A group of extremely politically engaged people who would never, ever, ever in their lives ever vote Republican, but could be convinced to vote Democrat. But nobody has been able to do that until we've been doing little nods at progressivism.
Some groups coming back in. Not that President Biden has over 50 years of service to this country. He is an amazing, amazing president, and he will be a historic president. He will go down in history as one of the best presidents ever. This ticket is just different in the breadth that it is taking.
I think for this ticket specifically, you have two people coming from the working class, their history, their background.
I like the yellow. I like the yellow blazer.
It makes it relatable to your everyday American.
People across the country voted in the presidential primaries, presidential preference elections in Arizona, for example, and Vice President Harris was the vice president. President Biden chose her as his running mate, and I think when the opportunity arose, people coalesced quickly around the person who could prosecute the case against Donald Trump.
It's an amazing ticket.
There's Jamie Raskin.
We've got Kamala Harris, who's been Vice President of the United States, a United States Senator, a district attorney, the Attorney General of our largest state, a career prosecutor up until she went into politics, running against Donald Trump, who's a career criminal, who actually, I just checked, has more
Is he doing pretty good? Is he doing pretty good on the cancer front? I remember he used to wear the bandana to cover up his hair because he was going through chemo and stuff. But he looks good. He sounds good. Is he doing well now, or what's going on with that?
Than George Santos, who pled guilty to 24 of them today. So
he sounds great.
That puts us in a very strong position.
His hair looks good.
And Tim Walz is a beloved figure in our party. He was a football coach, a high school teacher. He's a veteran who honorably served our country in the National Guard. And he's a wonderful, great guy.
We supported President Biden in 2020. We voted for him in 2024.
Why is it purple? Why is this thing purple? What does it mean?
Biden, we trust who he has picked for his cabinet. Vice President, I was proud to cast my vote for President Biden in 2020 and Vice President Harris as well. And so this is a normal process.
Kamala Harris has been overwhelmingly elected Vice President of the United States, which means she's the next person to go in the event of a vacancy.
Because he likes purple? I haven't considered
this. That's how our system is supposed to work.
We're going to continue to do what we do, is get the message out and make sure that folks understand the differences between what Kamala Harris and Tim Walz offer Americans and what Trump and J.D. Vance are offering. Two completely different futures for our country. One that is a future to protect our rights and expand our rights, and one that is Project 2025. That's an attack on everything that we believe in.
Project 2025, I've literally never even heard of it. There's literally no connection between me and Project 2025. I never heard of it. Never mind the fact that J.D. Vance wrote the foreword for the training manual or whatever the fuck. Never mind the fact that the Heritage Foundation, you know what I mean, that a bunch of people involved are current and former staffers of mine. It has nothing to do with me. I don't even know what that means.
People are really tired of the doom and gloom. They're tired of the negative view of things in our country, and that is what Trump brings more of. And this ticket presents an alternative, and one that's full of joy, one that's full of optimism.
Great. Let's go. Great. Awesome. Good stuff. You're welcome, Democratic Party. Okay? Tell them. You're welcome, Democratic Party. You are welcome. Look no further than Nancy motherfucking Pelosi being like it's saying, hey, maybe we should do an arms embargo on fucking, on Israel. Hey, maybe we should get Joe Brandon to step the fuck down and not run for president because he's old as fuck. You know what I mean? And Kamala was all like, hey, let's get this really popular progressive guy to run for us and then completely carry the campaign solely on his back, at least when it comes to connecting with the working class. I'm saying that only happens when people are forced with options that there is a significant amount of people who care about these issues. Okay. Anyway, let's continue on. How are we doing on time? We have 9 minutes. Actually, you know what we're gonna do, chat? We're gonna take this opportunity to hit the ads right now. So next up, chat, we're gonna look at this from Democracy Now! It's the Democratic Party's war. Gaza protests planned throughout the week as DNC begins in Chicago. And then we're going to look at this from Democracy Now! Vietnam then, Gaza now. Bill Ayers and Juan Gonzalez on 1968. And the 2024 anti-war protests at the Chicago DNC. drawing the similarities between 68 and today. And then from there, we'll finish out our DNC coverage with highlights from the long, boring ones, but a couple of the speeches that I'd like to see the full thing of from the DNC. So we'll look at a couple highlights from one highlight from Hillary Clinton, two highlights from Joseph R. Brandon, I guess this is the whole thing. She didn't really make a speech, but Kamala Harris making brief remarks. We'll watch that. Then we'll watch my mayor, Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass speaking. And then we'll watch Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez be the first one to mention Gaza. So we'll take a look at that. I didn't actually get to see a lot of these speeches, so I'm gonna be watching them for the first time. We're gonna watch AOC apparently be the first one at the DNC to say to mention anything about Gaza. Then we're gonna look at UAW President Jonathan O'Fanigan, speaking at the 2024 DNC. After that, we'll look at other union leaders speaking at the 2024 Democratic National Convention. And then from there, we'll just get into fun stuff. We have tons of fun shit to look at tonight. Got Meat Canyon, we got Inspiragio, we got Bourbon Rescue Branch, we got Dying Llama, we got Fantano. We got it all, chat. And I intend to do a lot of it, okay? I intend to do a lot of comfy content tonight, okay? That's what I would like. We're gonna manifest. But first, chat, before we continue on and continue our coverage of the DNC, we must run an ad break because it's been about an hour since our last ad break. Don't you worry though, because here at the Tofu Ghost broadcast, when I run ads, I run them while I'm away from the stream. That way, even if you're unsubscribed to the channel, you don't miss out on any of the content. But if you would like to support the stream, if you would like to support me, the streamer, and also in doing so, get access to really cool Tofu Ghost emotes, as well as an ad-free viewing experience, all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free with Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account, if you have one, to your Twitch account. Or let's say you're already subscribed to the channel and you're feeling generous and you have the means to. Maybe consider gifting a sub to one of our unsubbed friends in the chat, or upgrading your sub from tier 1 to tier 2 or tier 3 to get access to even more exclusive emotes. If you are one of those unsubbed friends in the chat, make sure to say hi, throw an emote in the chat or something. If you're lurking, use the please gift me a sub redeem. That way somebody might notice you and feel generous enough to shoot you a gifty. We are currently at 7 out of 25 for the daily sub goal, chat. If you enjoy the content, if you enjoy the stream, please do consider supporting in some way. That way we can continue to do this full time, and so that I can pay my bills and my rent. While doing so, you can also throw bits or a dono my way. $3 for a TTS message. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Don't you go anywhere. BRB.
Bashing your brain around your head, and that's the way that we can really feel the drums.
We're back. Thanks for waiting. Thanks for sitting through those ads. If you are one of those that had to sit through the ads, thanks for doing that. I appreciate you. It's a good way to help out the stream, even if you don't have any money to throw my way. But speaking of money being thrown my way, yo, thank you for the hype train, chat. Thank you so much, Adrian Vixen, for the gifted to Kusakusi. Midnight Dime, thank you for the gift, or the 420 biddies, nice. Anonymous, thank you for gifting to Doom Nukin. Crash Test Zombie, thank you so much for gifting to Cascadian Pixie. Thank you so much. Thank you, chat. Thank you for all the support. You know what we call that shit around here, chat? Praxis. That's right.
You promised.
You promised.
Sometimes I feel like Karl Marx, but that would be dogmatic. Sipping on this drink, I just spilled it on my fabric. If you have that knowledge, then you know you need the praxis. Red book on my lap, you could never catch me lacking. Sometimes I feel like Karl Marx, but that would be dogmatic. Sipping on this drink, I just spilled it on my fabric. If you have that knowledge, then you know you need the red book on my lap, you can never catch me lacking. I don't worship idols, man, that shit just be so corny. I be with the masses cause the rich kids be so boring. I be on the internet whenever I feel lonely, and I rather feel like Che Guevara than ever be Tony.
Thank you, chat. Thank you for all the gifties. We are at 10 out of 25 at the daily sub goal. If you enjoy the stream, now's a good time to throw some gifties if you were feeling generous enough to do so.
We should take like all of it. We should take like all of it. Careful who you talk to cause they fed and they be counterfeit. I switched out the AR for the AK like a Soviet.
Yo, Systems Enjoyer, thank you for getting to Akai. Let's go.
Sometimes I feel like Karl Marx, but that would be dogmatic.
Thank you so much.
Sipping all this drink, I just spilled it on my fabric. If you have that knowledge, then you know you need the practice. Red book on my lap, you could never catch me lacking. Sometimes I feel like Karl Marx, but that would be dogmatic. Sipping all this drink.
Now we are at 11 out of 25 for the daily sub goal, chat. We're almost halfway through the sub goal. Can we hit it? Can we? Yo, Adrian Vixen, thank you so much for 17 months. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for being a part of the community for so long. And Versilium, thank you for getting to Ocelot. Let's go. Huge W. Huge W. All right, chat. Here you go. Here's a new one. Here's an old one, but a new one at the same time. All right. This is made by a chatter in Cinemarxism's chat. This shit is crazy. Bonk Song Remix. Let's go. 4 minutes. Chat, we have 4 minutes until the ad, or not the ad, the hype train is up. Can we do it? Can we get past the halfway mark at 13?
Jugs to the front with a juxtaposition. Just guns versus jugs, that's just a juxtaposition. Just so you know, I brought some veggies and a can of beans. Now we got the water and stool for our family. Stay dangerous. It's okay to take a risk.
This shit is crazy. Cops like me.
Give me some dance.
If you hate cops like me, then shake that ass. Cops like me. Yeah. Dance, hit the bonk dance, baby. This shit is crazy.
That's how you should beat the gun. Make them take more than 5 L's. That's how you beat the gun. Bonk, bonk. Do you want this juggernaut? Come and go hard with the jug. I call him
Juggernaut.
Cal Poly going too off with big old plastic jugs, just like a boob job. They wanna know what
It's just like a boob job. It's exactly like that. What's up on deck?
This is bunker. Bong, 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 what the students say. From Columbia, Uni, all the way to LA. Livers gonna fly and rise in the coolest way. Motherfuck 12 free.
Oh, okay. Thank you for mysticism.
Not a single cut, a lot of love. What you got, what a Rico on the water jug. It's not a clip, only bitch.
It's a life lesson.
If you
Be the right weapon, like me, give me some dabs. If you hate cops, like me, then shake that ass. Cops like me, to the bomb dance, baby. Banger. Thank you so much, chat. I really appreciate it. Thanks for all the support. Thank you. If you got a gifty from somebody, please make sure to thank them. Very, very generous. Very, very, very kind. But let's continue. Let's get back into it. Where do we leave off here? Yes. Let me fix the playlist though. It's all out of order. I love it here. Oh, I love that you love it. Oh my god, that scared the shit out of me. Holy. Way too dank. Okay. Put this down here where it belongs. Hit the bonk dance, baby. Okay. Now, let's get back into it. Next, we're going to look at this from Democracy Right Motherfucking Now. It's the Democratic Party's war. Gaza protests planned throughout week as DNC begins in Chicago. And then we're going to look at another piece from Democracy Now. Vietnam then, Gaza now. Bill Ayers and Juan Gonzalez on 1968 and the 2024 anti-war protests at the Chicago DNC. And then from there, we'll end our DNC coverage with a run through of, the highlights that I think are interesting from all the speeches today. Let's do it. Let's get into it.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. War, Peace, and the Presidency, breaking with convention. We're broadcasting from the studios of Can
I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it right one of these days.
I'm Amy Goodman, joined by Juan Gonzalez for the first time in 4.5 years since before
She's so excited. I love them.
Juan moved to Chicago, where we are right now.
Dude, this is like, straight up, this is my Super Bowl. Like, straight up, this is my Super Bowl. You know what I mean? Like, this is so great. Like, I love this. Like, we're so fucking lame, you guys. We're so lame for this. Getting so excited about, like, political commentators and, like, we're such fucking nerds.
Hey, Amy, and good to be back. I'm Juan Gonzalez.
Hey, Juan.
The Democratic National Convention...
everybody except for Alex Prop. Alex Prop is the only normal one here.
Kicks off today here in Chicago. The 4-day convention will culminate on Thursday with Vice President Kamala Harris accepting the Democratic nomination for president. We'll be bringing you coverage all week from the suites to the streets to the convention floor.
From the suites to the streets. Bars.
While Harris has energized the Democratic Party following President Biden's decision to pull out of the race last month, the issues around the election have not changed, from economic injustice to reproductive rights to U.S. support for Israel's war on Gaza. And thousands of protesters are converging on Chicago to make their voices heard. In addition to the protests on the streets, inside the convention, at least 30 pro-Palestinian delegates are representing the uncommitted movement and are advocating an anti-war agenda to push for an end to U.S. arms sales to Israel.
Over the course of the week, there are at least 6 major protests planned. The demonstrations kicked off on Sunday, on the eve of the convention, with the March for Bodies outside unjust.
It's crazy because I watched the RNC and I genuinely thought, I was like, okay, like, I don't know that, like, the RNC's or that the DNC is going to be able to like match, like, you know what I mean, like the fun aspect, you know what I mean, of the RNC, but like Joe Brandon dropping out and like Tim Walz and everything is like, dude, I haven't seen anything like this in my lifetime. You know what I mean? Like Obama, there was a lot of excitement around it, but this is nothing even like that. Like this is way more. This is much more substantial. This is much more substantial. Yeah, DNC is going crazy, dude. DNC is going crazy. It's like a fucking festival. But outside, most importantly, it's going crazy.
Which was organized by a coalition of different activist groups to demand action on reproductive rights, LGBTQ+ rights, and for an end to the war on Gaza. The largest group, the Coalition to March on D.C., has planned demonstrations on the first and last days of the convention with a major protest
we're gonna talk about
for today. Activists sued Chicago earlier this year, saying restrictions over where they can demonstrate violate their constitutional rights. For more, we're joined here in Chicago by Hatem Aboudeya.
RNC cum cups? I'm sorry, what? Kayla? That's insane. Where can I find one? I need one. What's up, Blood Glow? Yo, chat, everybody go follow Blood Glow.
For the Coalition to March on the Democratic National Convention
so she can get partner.
Chair of the U.S. Palestinian Community Network. He was born here in Chicago as a longtime organizer in the Palestinian community. Welcome to Democracy Now! It's great to have you with us.
Thank you.
If you can start off by talking about what are the plans
Have you not heard
today?
of this? Cum cups? No, I haven't heard of the cum cups. I watched the RNC very closely. You know what I mean? We covered the RNC here at the Tofu Ghost broadcast. Like, I missed the cum cups. I guess I don't know. That never came across, my desk, so to speak.
So the plans today are relatively simple. We're going to start with launch with a press conference at 10 a.m. And then
Listen, who needs a cup to come anyway? All right. Anything is a cup if you try hard enough, you know what I'm saying?
12 noon on the dot, hopefully we will start our program from a stage at Union Park. Historical Union Park, where in 2006, if you remember, the Sensenbrenner bill, the anti-immigrant bill, and an explosion of immigrant rights sentiment in this country. 500,000 people were in Chicago on March 10th of 2006 in that very park. So we're really proud and honored to be there for this protest today.
And could you talk about the difficulty you had in terms of arranging permits and the negotiations that went back and forth with police in the city?
Yeah, we had a really, really hard time with the law department at the city of Chicago. Very conservative, very reactionary. They did not negotiate in good faith with us. They made some promises that they reneged on. And originally, when they denied 3 of the organizations within the Coalition to March on the DNC, when they denied their permits, they tried to bury us 4 miles away on Columbus Drive. We rejected that, of course, immediately, and we sued in federal court, saying that if we were not within sight and sound of the United Center, the Convention Center, that they would be violating our First Amendment rights. So then my organization, USPCN, filed the 4th permit application. They rejected that as well, but they recognized that they better put us within sight and sound, and they did.
And there was some intercession by the mayor himself on some of this. Could you talk about that?
So listen, I think the mayor from day one has said that he believes in the right of people to protest. He believes in the First Amendment right of everyone to protest. He talked about how...
That's what I was saying earlier. It's true, yeah, and we watched him speaking about that as well. But, it's kind of on him, and he's a pretty good mayor. Generally, he's a very progressive mayor. He's a union member, you know what I mean? But it's kind of on you to make sure your goons are restrained, right? You need to make sure your goons in the blue helmets, right? Keep it chill, right?
He came to City Hall because of the protest movement, because of the Black liberation movement that he was a part of. And he also many times
Mayor
talked
Brandon
about the relationship between the Black liberation movement and Palestine liberation. So he broke the tie in the city council to pass a ceasefire resolution, the biggest city in the entire country that has done that. So we see that, Brandon Johnson has been an ally to oppressed communities generally, definitely an ally to the Palestinian community in Chicago.
Yeah, he's been good.
And beyond, and we're proud to have that relationship.
It's very interesting what he said in a recent interview. This is the mayor of Chicago saying what's happening right now is not only egregious, it's genocidal. We have to acknowledge and name it for what it is and have the moral courage to exercise our authority. And if you can talk about not only that, but the fact today, and do you think the pressure you have all brought for these protests to be seen and heard
Let's go, Brandon.
has led to another first ever. You have the DNC hosting a panel on Palestinian human rights today at 3 o'clock, which will be probably in the midst of your protest. The leaders
Was that filmed? Was that filmed? Is that anywhere? Is that on YouTube or something? But like, can we watch that?
Will be speaking will be the heads of the Uncommitted movement and Dr. Tanya Haj Hassan, which they're still
If anybody knows, feel free to link it.
for her to actually address the convention from the stage.
And that's a public panel that's happening in the convention center. I hadn't even heard that. I have to shout out to my colleague. When we were in our press conference yesterday, I got the quote in Mother Jones, and I presented it to the media gaggle there as well. It was a powerful quote from the mayor. Again, an example of how he's really from the movement, and I think it's very, very powerful. Also,
I missed it. Gooning. What was filmed? You gooning.
You know, the action outside is what the world will be watching. People are talking about the excitement of Kamala Harris going to the top of the ticket, but I think the excitement today and this week.
The panel relevant to Gaza
is going to be
at the
outside.
DNC.
We've got almost 300 organizations that have joined the coalition of March on the DNC. Palestine is at the center. After October, the coalition made a shift and recognized that we had to call for a stop to U.S. aid to Israel and a stop to the genocide. But at the same time, of course, we're still addressing all the other issues that we initiated this coalition to do. Reproductive rights, women's rights, workers' rights.
Yeah, Gooners over Goons. That's right.
Rights, the Black Liberation Movement.
That'd be a great T-shirt. Gooners, not goons. Right? All cops.
And immigrant rights.
I love it.
All of those issues are going to be addressed. They're going to be addressed from the stage. They're going to be addressed in the posters and in the banners and in the puppets. It's going to be an incredible sight. Diverse children and seniors, people of all different physical abilities, people of all different immigration statuses. And the powerful element of it is the fact that all of those forces and all of those communities are standing up very publicly and very proudly saying free Palestine and U.S. aid to Israel. For that to happen and for the entire world to be watching it is going to be a really, really powerful moment.
And could you talk for those people around the country who are not familiar with the size and the influence of the Palestinian community here in Chicago?
Yeah, we believe that there's approximately 80,000 Palestinians that live in greater Chicago. We think there's about 250,000 Arabs in the entire state. And so, yeah, I believe we're very influential. I believe we did an incredible job of helping to win the ceasefire resolution with our allies, mostly Black and Latino city council members, and of course the mayor breaking the tie. And so it is the largest community in the United States. And I think that is obviously significant. The other thing is on Wednesday at 3:30, the Chicago Coalition for Justice in Palestine, of which USPCN is also a member and a leader, will be organizing a protest. That coalition locally has organized over 50 protests since October. And clearly, Chicago is the hub of the Palestinian community in the United States.
I mean, isn't the concentration of Palestinian Americans in Chicago is the largest concentration of Palestinian Americans in the country? It's called Little Palestine.
It is, yeah. And it's the largest community. We believe it's the largest community in the entire world outside of the Arab world.
I wanted to ask you, you've been quoted as saying that Palestine is this generation's Vietnam War. Can you talk about that, the similarities and the limits of that comparison?
Yeah, listen, I think that obviously there are no U.S. boots on the ground except for the advisors and the CIA and the others.
I mean, except for all the Americans who moved to Israel, or like, you know what I mean? How many people like left to go to Israel to fight after October 7th? You know what I mean? Like, sorry, this skirt is like nonstop, just fucking. It's fine when I'm standing and I'm walking around, but when I'm sitting, it's like I just, I'm trying not to fucking, trying to keep it chill. Yeah. But what was I saying? Depends on how you look at it. There are a lot of Americans in the IDF, but it's not necessarily American boots on the ground. But yes, it is American money. That's the difference, though. Obvious.
Israelis to repress the Palestinians. But it is a U.S. war, and I think the entire world recognizes that. Biden could have turned off that tap of funding and weapons from day one if he wanted to. If he wanted to stop this genocide, he could have stopped it. He could stop it today. So it is a U.S. war. It's recognized across the world as a U.S. war. And the way that the rest of the world has responded to it reminds me a lot of the way the world responded to the Vietnam War, saying we have to stop these attacks on the people of Vietnam. The other comparison is that the Vietnamese
I wear long skirts. This is a pretty long skirt. I mean, I don't know. It's not like short. You know what I mean? Like it's just like denim, and it's annoying.
Beautiful souls in that battle to defeat U.S. imperialism and to rid themselves of colonialism. In Algeria, the Algerians lost 1 million to get their independence and to boot the French colonialists out of there. And so we recognize that there have been 40,000 Palestinians who have been killed, maybe 10,000 still under the rubble, 100,000 injured, 2 million displaced. But we look at the history and we think about Vietnam and Algeria and we say we are on the path to liberation. And if it takes 40,000 martyrs, it's hard to say this. It's hard to watch every day 24/7 on our hands.
I mean, yeah, that sucks to say that. But, 40,000 people later, more people know about Gaza than ever before. More people than ever before are at the very least aware now of the history of what's going on. But once you start to learn what's going on, a lot of those people end up seeing it for what it is. And join the rest of us on the correct side of history.
A genocide in real time, but we know that this will lead to the liberation of Palestine, and the liberation of Palestine will lead to the liberation of all the Arab masses in the Arab world. So we are supporting our people in Palestine. We recognize that they are incredibly strong and steadfast in resisting the Israeli occupation and colonization and this brutal genocide, and the rest of the world is with them. They know that. We just have to battle the Democratic Party and Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, because those are the only people who are not with the Palestinians in this world.
You were also in Milwaukee for the Republican convention.
Well, to be fair,
talk about what happened
to
there?
be fair, they're not the only ones who are not with the Palestinians in this world. There are, unfortunately, quite a few more people than that who are also not with the Palestinians, but the point still stands.
I was there, and we get questioned all the time. Well, how come you're not protesting the Republicans? Well, we did protest the Republicans. Well, how come this?
What do you mean we're not protesting the Republicans? Who's in the White House, dummy? Come on, who's the president right now? Stop being weird. Stop being weird. The Republicans are protested. The RNC was protested. Like, what are you talking about? Oh my God.
Going to be a lot bigger, and why are you putting more resources here?
My pearls.
That's not necessarily the truth. If the Republicans were in power and the Republicans had the presidency, then the event of the season would have been Milwaukee and the RNC. But the reality is it's Joe Biden's war.
Yeah, the reality, all eyes are on the DNC. Because why? Because there's a Democratic president in the White House right now. You know what I mean? Because of everything that's been going on in the Democratic Party, there's a lot of eyes on the DNC. Like, hello? This is so stupid. It's like, people who say things like that don't truly believe it. It's just one of those things that you can quickly throw out at somebody. You know what I mean? Like, I don't like that. So here's this like random thing. I'm not going to like actually meaningfully like address anything that you are talking about or fighting for. I'm just going to like say this thing. How come you're not doing the Republicans? Yeah, now do the GOP. Like, you're so
it's the
stupid.
Democratic Party's war, and Biden and Harris and Blinken especially, and Jeffries and Schumer and Pelosi and all of them, the top leaders of the Democratic Party are complicit. And that's why we're protesting the DNC, and that's why there's going to be thousands, if not tens of thousands, in the streets this week.
We want to thank you for being with us, Hatem Abudaya. You mentioned Vietnam. We're going to go back to 1968.
True. We're going to watch that next.
In the streets of Chicago. Hatem is spokesperson for the Coalition to March on the Democratic National Convention and national chair of the U.S. Palestinian Community Network. Born in Chicago, longtime organizer in the Palestinian community.
Hell yeah. Let's get into it. More democracy right now?
This is Democracy Now!,
democracynow.org. War, Peace, and the Presidency.
We're breaking with convention. Broadcasting
That's
from
right,
the
bitch.
studios of
I'm almost there.
TV
I almost got it.
Here in Chicago. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez.
Well, as protesters prepare to march on the Democratic National Convention today, we look back to the 1968 DNC here in Chicago, when police violently attacked protesters calling for an end to the war in Vietnam. Much of the police riot unfolded on live national television. The 1968 Democratic National Convention came in the middle of a year of mass protests against the Vietnam War. Those protests had also erupted in April when Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated. Then on June 5th, Robert Kennedy was killed as he sought the Democratic Party nomination for president. Democrats had to select a nominee after Lyndon Johnson, President Johnson, announced he would not seek another term.
Damn, dude. There are a lot of like weird little parallels like that. That's so crazy.
For Vietnam. His vice president, Hubert Humphrey, was ultimately nominated for president without competing in the primaries after party bosses arranged for his support from most delegates.
Despite months of organizing that brought tens of thousands of people to Chicago during the DNC, Chicago refused to issue permits for almost any of the demonstrations. Instead, protesters were met by an estimated 24,000 police officers, Illinois National Guardsmen, who patrolled the streets with fixed bayonets, and 5,000 regular Army soldiers. This is a clip from
you
the
have a
documentary
donkey on your
by
hat.
Newsreel that captures the tension of the protests and how police escalated the situation on August 28th after someone lowered an American flag in Grant Park. The police,
How could
under
they?
apparent orders of then Chicago Mayor Richard Daley, responded by tear gassing and clubbing their way through a crowd of about 10,000 protesters.
Rally is extraordinary. It began for us when one of our brothers quite rightly lowered an American flag to half-mast.
Hell yeah.
No one since then has mentioned the rightness of his act. It followed with an unprovoked charge of the pigs into our space.
They're not going to let us out of this park in any organized way. So for the purposes of survival, you should move out, you should float out in small groups.
Be water.
Do whatever you're going to do outside of the park around the city.
Be water.
Don't get trapped in some kind of large organized march.
Don't
that
get
can be
trapped. Don't get
surrounded.
kettled.
I'll see you in the street.
I'll see you in the motherfucking streets, baby.
They are not aware of the conversations that you've been holding here with Captain Green.
This is a non-violent march. That so far we are only on the sidewalk. We are not even on the street yet, although it is certainly our intention to march to the amphitheater in the street because we think that the street is necessary to accommodate this many people. We're stubborn bastards. We may be nonviolent, but we're stubborn. And so we are appealing publicly through the press, through Deputy Commander Reardon,
walking on the sidewalk. There'll be no march today. We've made very clear that we have no conflict. Here, come to me. The order is, sir, that there'll be no march today. Been able to march on the sidewalk? No march today. Well, we'd like to have a reason that
No march today.
known to the world, and we will let you know at the proper time. But right now, there'll be no march. This is a legal walk. There will be no march today.
On August 28th, the day Hubert Humphrey got the nomination for president at the DNC, police again brutally attacked protesters who had marched to the convention headquarters at the Conrad Hilton Hotel.
Yo, what did they say?
Brutally attacked protesters who had marched to the convention headquarters at the Conrad Hilton Hotel.
Ew.
I take one look at the troops in Vietnam, I know what American foreign policy is about. America now, that's America, the Democratic Party. Most of us here didn't come to support McCarthy. The troops are out! Hey, troops are out!
Oh shit.
Keep talking! Keep talking!
Those video clips come from newsreel, which was in the streets of Chicago. After 4 days of protests outside the Democratic Convention here in Chicago, more than 650 people were arrested, more than 1,100 were injured. Despite the police attacks, thousands headed back to their communities as re-energized and radicalized activists. This is the legendary activist, the late Tom Hayden, who helped organize the 1968 protests.
What we are battling for is not simply for an end to the war in Vietnam or to move these racist dogs out of the black community. We are beginning to fight for
Incredibly
our
based.
survival. We came here, we fought, we did not run from the tear gas, we did not run from the bayonet, we stayed in the streets, and we did survive, and if we can survive here, we can survive in any local community in this country.
Let's go, baby.
We are joined right now by two people who were in the streets of Chicago in 1968. Our own Juan Gonzalez and Bill Ayers.
Dude, it was so cool. It's so cool being able to get Juan's like firsthand experience, like comparing what he did at Columbia to what happened, in recent days at Columbia, and then hearing him now talk about his experience on the ground in 1968 at the fucking, the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. And like, dude, it's just like, what a fucking actual real life legend. What an actual legend.
Longtime Chicago activist, retired education professor at University of Illinois, Chicago, author of many books. His book, When Freedom is the Question, Abolition is the Answer.
Journalism's pretty cool.
Is coming out in September. In 1968, Bill was arrested in Chicago during the DNC in front of the Hilton Hotel and held at Cook County Jail. At the time, he was a member of Students for a Democratic Society. He later helped form the Weather Underground and spent years living underground with his wife, Bernadine Dorn. We welcome you, Bill, to Democracy Now! And Juan, it is great to be with you here for the first time in years together as we co-host every week. But to be together with you in your now town of Chicago. This was amazing what took place in 1968. Why don't you lay out for us how you got involved?
Yes, well, actually, you played the clip of Tom Hayden. It was Tom who convinced me to come to Chicago because I didn't think that the Democratic Party convention was worth the activists going to, because both parties, we felt back in those days, were capitalist parties that would not produce any progress for the American people. But I met Tom at a student convention again, because we had been at Columbia during the Columbia student strike there. And he told me, Juan, we've got to go to Chicago. We have got to.
You have no idea how the immense amounts of FOMO that I'm experiencing. Like, Dude, so many of my fucking friends are out there, and man, I wish I was out there. I really do.
Have to let the rest of the country.
I'm broke. I couldn't afford it. It would just not make sense for me to do it.
The leaders of the country
financially, you know what I mean.
And so I said, okay, Tom.
Yo, Devin, with the big ass raid. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a wonderful stream. What's good? It's late for you, no? You don't normally stream at this time, right? I feel like no. But thank you so much for the raid. Hope it was a good one. Shouts out Devin. If you don't already follow Devin, please do. Devin is a really, really wonderful artist and all around cool person. I had caffeine. Rip. It's very late. Yeah, what the heck? He needs help. Listen, if you're looking for help in regards to your issues with shitty sleeping habits and caffeine, you've come to the exact wrong place. You've come to literally the wrong place. Of all the places, in left Twitch, this place. Nope. It's over. It's over for you, fam. I was destroying him in Marjorie Taylor Greene Arena Tofu. Damn, that's sick. That sounds sick. I would love to play Marjorie Taylor Greene sometime. That would be dope. This is why I watch Tofu, because I be up. Listen, that's why I be Tofu, right? That's why I be here, right? That's why I be here broadcasting, because I be up. Motherfucking cock ass. I'm sorry, what? What are we talking about? What? Y'all know about BG3, Baldur's Gate 3? What are you, the bastard he was fucking cock. What are you talking about? Tofu has single-handedly worsened my sleep schedule. I'm so sorry about that. Can you even install the MTG client? Me? No way. I had a plan to go, but I was short by about $20,000. $20,000. Listen, I was gonna sleep on the floor or something. I don't know. I was like, maybe I could make the money and just get a ticket over there. You know what I mean? All I need to do is get a ticket, and then I can figure out food as I go. You know what I mean? I could figure it out. And then I'll just sleep on a floor or something. But then I thought about it, and I was like, or I could just stay at home and be really comfortable and not do that. You know what I mean? Instead of be very uncomfortable and a little bit more broke and stressed out. Yeah. So whatever.
Work, but I'll go ahead. And so he was the one actually who recruited me to go, because I was not planning to at the time. And I think it was really an eye-opening period for all of us who attended, who were out in the streets. And Bill can tell you the number of...
Good night, Tofu. Hope to catch you up streaming sometime. Maybe if I'm up this late again. That's what I was saying. It's if you haven't been around, you know what I mean? If you're not able to make it to a Tofu Ghost stream, that's probably because you're a normal person and you have regular sleep habits, like a healthy person, like you should. So yeah, it's good to see you. Thank you so much for the raid. Get some rest.
Organizations and groups that participated in that protest was amazing. It was not only supported by the Panther Party and Chacha Jimenez and the Young Lords, but there were the Yippies.
East Coast,
there were
the Yippies. East Coast Tofu watchers, the most based, most degenerate, but the most based people in the leftist online community, okay? If you are on the East Coast of North America and you are chilling, watching Tofu Ghost,
McCarthy people, there were those of us in SDS.
I love being in Ohio. Said literally no one ever. Literally no one has ever said that. You're the first person to ever type out those words. Literally. Yo, Violent Femme, thank you so much for 16 months. Let's go. Thank you so much for 16 months. Thank you. It hurt too. Yeah, be careful. Relax.
Talk about this strange coalition of folks that came together.
Yeah, when you say the McCarthy people, it's the Eugene McCarthy people. The peace, the Clean for Gene kids who were there supporting a peace candidate who had run in the primaries, which Humphrey had not, and they came in support. And of course, it's interesting. Tom Hayden also organized us to come because I was a regional traveler for SDS. I'd been arrested starting in 1965, maybe a dozen times by 1968. And we had organized, we had demonstrated, we had been activists in the street. And now was a time when Tom felt and others felt that we could make a coalition that would really show the whole world. And that's why the slogan was, the whole world is watching, because we wanted to project to the whole world that not only were there Americans who were against this, we wanted to educate Americans to the horror of the war and the reality of the political class having to meet behind police barricades.
History rhymes. History's barring up right now. Okay, I'm still waiting for the punchline. You know what I mean? The witty part where it all comes together and makes sense. But like, history's barring up right now.
Look at what you had just come out of. I mean, April 4th, 1968,
Time is a
Dr.
flat
Martin
circle.
Luther King is assassinated in Memphis. Just 2 months later, you have Robert Kennedy, who defeats McCarthy in California as he heads off the stage, announcing they are moving on, to Chicago.
Yes.
He is also gunned down. He was assassinated.
Right.
This is what you came out of.
Well, and for all those months, starting in January, the Tet Offensive in Vietnam, which proved that the Americans could not win the land war in Vietnam. And then Lyndon Johnson saying, I want...
Cleveland is kind of cool and fun. There's like nice restaurants and stuff. It's kind of cute with like the brick and stuff. That's as much as I'll give you, though.
Run for president the last day of March 1968.
That's all you get.
And we were ecstatic. We felt like 3 years of organizing and activism had worked, and we had now driven a president from office. We weren't happy long, because as you say, 5 days later, Martin Luther King was assassinated. A couple of months later, Bobby Kennedy. And a few months after that, Henry Kissinger emerges from the swamp he was living in.
Should have been him. Should have been him.
I think it was Harvard, and he has a plan to extend
the swamp he was living in. Hold on, run that back, my guy.
Assassinated a couple of months later.
Drag
Bobby
him,
Kennedy.
sis.
And a few months after that, Henry Kissinger emerges from the swamp he was living in. I think it was Harvard, and he has a plan to extend the war. So that was the reality that we were facing. Every week the war went on, 6,000 Vietnamese were killed every week, with no end in sight. So the question was, what do you do? It was a crisis for democracy. It was a crisis for the anti-war movement. And we felt that we had to escalate and bring the war home.
Based. Like, don't let, like, people want to make this like it's a young people being stupid and naive thing. Like, it's like, the youth have been on the right side of history, like, always. You know what I mean? Like, largely, the youth have just been, like, youth movements, historically, right, have been on the side of peace and for what is right, just, like, generally. Which is why I say, like, you know, there's two people that you need to be focusing on as the Democratic Party if you want to sweep this thing. You know what I mean? You need to meet young people where they're at on Gaza. And you need to continue to double, triple, quadruple down on being the party of labor. There can't be a question about who supports labor. I mean, you're already doing a pretty good job at that. You know what I mean? They're doing a pretty good job at that. But they also need to meet the UAW, like the UAW, one of the most powerful, biggest unions, meet them where they're at on Gaza also. If you activate that uncommitted vote, if you get that 19% of uncommitted voters in Minnesota, same in fucking Detroit, Pennsylvania, fucking Arizona, like, you will sweep the election.
And talk about what Mayor Daley did. Let's talk about the inside of the convention and the outside. What was taking place in both places? Start with Juan.
Well, Daley was one leading the Illinois delegation on the floor of the convention. Well, at the same time,
Biden mentioned Kissinger during his speech. I did not catch that. I didn't catch all of it, all of the speeches when it was live. I only caught bits and pieces.
He was instituting a police state. Even many of the delegates at the convention said, the reporters, Dan Rather, Walter Cronkite, all of these people were saying, this is a police state that we're operating in here. And so he was playing both roles as a political leader of the party, but more as the mayor of Chicago, creating a situation where, in essence, not goading, but leading the police in their attacks on the protesters.
And a year later, the Kerner report, Governor Otto Kerner issued a report mandated by the federal government, and they called it a police riot, and that's indeed what it was.
Yeah, I see you, Bill.
We hoped to have 1 million people in the streets of Chicago. We failed miserably, and part of our failure was that Mayor Daley had made it very clear, if you come to Chicago, you will be hurt, you will be arrested. And it dampened the enthusiasm for the demonstration. Interestingly, the impact was so great, I've never met anyone my age who wasn't there. Now, that couldn't possibly be true, but it felt true, because we were all there in spirit. And I think that that's, the symbolic importance of it cannot be, overestimated. It was huge.
Very interesting that the mayor today, that now you have protests that, well, didn't look like they were going to be permitted. And people were talking about, are there going to be parallels to 1968? You have a president who decides not to continue to
I mean,
run.
Thank goodness the mayor is who the mayor is. You know what I mean? Like, if you had any other like reactionary in the, at the mayor's office, I don't know.
For re-election, Biden now, Johnson then. But at the very end, they have permitted these protests that are going to be taking place this week.
Yes, and according to the media reports, the mayor personally called some of the protest organizers and said that toward the end, when the police were refusing to give the permits, he said, I'm going to get it done. And so he did use his office at least to allow the protest. Now we have to see how the police function, because, political leaders don't often control their police. I've learned that the hard way over many years of covering urban politics. You don't always control the army. And we have to see what happens now between the mayor and the police department in terms of how they handle these protests.
Yeah.
But it's a significant
will he be able to rein in the goons?
For instance, to have a mayor who's a labor organizer who comes out of the movement to honor and to name the moment, I think, correctly. But I also think it depends so much on what comes next, and we will see. But I'm confident that the expression of solidarity with the Palestinian people against this pre-announced genocide will be heard loud and clear, inside and outside.
And Bill, I'm wondering also what you think, because back then we had a problem even within SDS that after the convention, many people were saying this election is not worth voting in. And the result was what we got was Richard Nixon and the law and order era that he ushered in. And I know that many of the protesters today are facing the same issue. After this convention, what do they do when the presidential election comes?
Well, I think that we overestimate sometimes the presidential election. Our job is to build an irresistible social movement. But it is also
my guy's spitting. My guy's spitting. My guy's spitting. You are overemphasizing the importance of one single part. You know what I mean? One thing that happens every 4 years. What are you doing in between the one day every single 4 fucking years? Like, what are you doing? It's not that. It is not where politics begin and end. That's just not how that works.
Voting is not a.
You don't just take off your political hat, your politics hat, right? Like every 4 years and just like, well, see you guys next 4 years. Like, no, politics continues on. There's much work to be done. What he's talking about is exactly correct. The importance of building a movement. Yes, spitting.
Valentine, it's a practical, tactical move. It's not a moral question, it's a practical question. And two things can be true at the same time. The lesser of two evils can be evil, and the lesser of two evils can be lesser. And so recognizing all the contradictions in voting, it takes 15 minutes. You can be an activist for 365 days a year and vote for 15 minutes. And that is probably worth doing.
So
I like being both. I like that. I like doing both, but remember that it is not where politics begin and ends. You know what I mean? Begin and ends.
So I want to go to Black Panther leader Bobby Seale. We have two clips. We're going to talk about the trial in a second. But
What do you mean no one really cares about the DNC convention? Obviously, there's so many. This is the most insane DNC convention in fucking decades. This is a huge DNC. Everybody cares about the DNC. All eyes are on the DNC, which is why it's important. All of the protests is very important.
right now, this is Bobby Seale speaking in Chicago during the 68 DNC protests.
We go forth as human beings to remove these pigs, these hogs in the power structure, murdering and brutalizing people not only here in the confines of racist, decadent America, but murdering and brutalizing and oppressing people all over the world. And when we go forth to deal with them, that they're going to always send out their racist, scary, rotten pigs to occupy the people, to occupy the community, such as the way they have this park here occupied.
Damn.
Now, in just a second, there's a lesson that Minister of Defense Huey P. Newton teaches, that whenever the people disagree with the political decisions that's been made upon their heads, that whenever the people disagree with those political decisions, the racist power structure sends in guns and force to see that the people accept those political decisions. But we are here as revolutionaries to let them know that we refuse to accept those political decisions that maintains the oppression of our black people and other people in the world.
That's Black Panther leader Bobby Seale in 1968, later arrested for inciting a riot. In 2018, he appeared on Democracy Now! And talked about being gagged during the historic Chicago 8 trial.
So I argued in the courtroom every time. Every time my name was mentioned, I would jump up and interrupt the whole thing. I object. My lawyer's not here. He's mentioning my name. Sit down, Mr. Seale, the judge would say. And I would say no. And I would argue.
That says no.
Then I remember the judge one time says, did you talk to the court recorder and asked her, did she get that? I says, yes. I said, did you get mine too, ma'am? She says, yes. I says, thank you very much. And then turned right back around and told you, you're a racist, a fascist, and a bigot, you know.
Yo.
So that was the argument with me. And I run that all the way through. Ultimately,
King, legend, icon.
Those contempt cards and everything was totally thrown out. In fact, everybody who was convicted, they even convicted the lawyers of contempt, etc., for us. But when it got to the higher circuit courts threw all that crap out. Judge Julius Hoffman violated all our rights. Another man. And then the last day of gagging, I was bound up, my head.
Oh yeah.
The only thing you could see is my eyes and my nose. I was bound up with ace bandages. You know, the ace bandages you put around the knees when you're playing basketball and stuff that tighten up.
Dude, these fucking court drawings are insane.
That's what I was, and then right around here, all the arteries that's going down. And they brought me in the courtroom. My arms are strapped down to the wall. My legs are strapped to the legs of the big, heavy wooden chair the last day of gagging. And when I got in, I mean, I was losing blood pressure, circulation, and it caused a big commotion in the room. And then the judges would take him out, and they tried to pick me up in this heavy chair, 3 guards, and the big guards started beating me in the head. Jerry Rubin jumped up out of his chair. Abby jumped up out of their chair trying to help me. Guards slammed them back in their chair. I'm trying to turn my hand over, my right hand over, to get my fingers up to the top of the gag, and then the other guard would turn my hand down and then hit me and knock me back, you know, and stuff like this. They really brutalized me.
So that's former Black Panther leader Bobby Seale speaking on Democracy Now! In 2018 with Juan and me, talking about the Chicago 8 trial. As we begin to wrap up this segment, Bill, the significance of this trial.
Well, I think the significance of the events in '68, the trial later, really show us what Chicago showed us, what the crisis in the country was, the crisis of racism and white supremacy, the crisis of empire and war. And it was just demonstrated, it was laid out, and it was so perfectly kind of on display that no one could avoid it. And so for Bobby Seale to be gagged and dragged off with his 7 white comrades sitting there, and with people like Dave Dellinger with the courage to stand up and fight that, I think it was a
Abby Hoffman, Jerry Rubin, the judge, Julius Hoffman, he said no relation to Abby Hoffman.
Right.
And what did Abby Hoffman say? No one ever feared anyone, and no one ever thought there was any relation.
Exactly. But it was an important statement to the country and to the world that we had these contradictions. And as you pointed out, it's not that history repeats itself, but the contradictions have not gone away. White supremacy abides. War and empire and genocide abide, and we have to stand up against them. Our task today is very similar. We have to end this system of oppression, and that was a great moment of showing the world what it looks like.
Hell yeah.
And talk about what happened afterwards. What happened with the trial? Bobby Seale gagged to a chair, tied up. And
eventually they were, you know, the trial was seen as an atrocity, and Judge Hoffman was seen as some troglodyte from a former era who was trying to suppress justice, not serve justice.
Well, Bill Ayers, we want to thank you for being with us in your hometown of Chicago. Your new book coming out in September, When Freedom's the Question, Abolition is the Answer. Bill Ayers, longtime Chicago activist, retired education professor at the University of Illinois,
around and read
Chicago.
A book.
I want to thank you for being with us.
Hell yeah. Iconic. Iconic, legendary. Iconic, legendary. Okay, chat, let's see. Okay, coming up next, we're gonna finish off our DNC coverage by going through highlights of certain speeches and some full speeches. We're going to look at the highlights from Hillary Rodham Clinton speaking. We're going to look at the highlights from Joseph R. Brandon speaking. We're going to look at Kamala Harris making brief remarks. We're going to look at my mayor, Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass speaking. We're going to look at Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez speaking. We're going to look at UAW President Jonathan O'Fanagan speaking, and other union leaders speaking. And then we're going to do a bunch of fun stuff, okay? Then we're just going to chill out and have a good old time, all right? But here's the thing, chat. Before we continue on, we have to run an ad break, okay? Because it's been about an hour since our last ad break. But don't you worry, because here at the Tofu Ghost broadcast, when we run ads, we run them while I'm away from the stream. That way, even if you're unsubscribed to the channel, you don't miss out on any of the content. But if you would like to support the stream, if you would like to support me, the streamer, and also in doing so, get access to really cool, really cute, really exclusive Tofu Ghost emotes, as well as an ad-free viewing experience, all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account, if you have one, to your Twitch account. Or let's say you're already subscribed to the channel and you're feeling generous and you have the means to. Maybe consider upgrading your sub from tier 1 to tier 2 or tier 3 to get access to exclusive emotes. Or even better yet, maybe consider gifting a sub to one of our unsubbed friends in the chat, like 2Based, or like whoever else is unsubbed in the chat. If you are one of those unsubbed chatters, make sure to say hi in the chat, throw an emote out there or something. Or if you're lurking, use the please gift me a sub redeem. That way somebody might notice you and feel generous enough to shoot you a gifty. We are currently at 12 out of 25 for the daily sub goal. That is just under halfway to the sub goal. If you enjoy the content, if you enjoy this stream, if you would like to see it continue on full time, and also if you would like for me to be able to pay my bills and my rent, also while doing so, please do consider supporting in some way. You can also support by throwing some bits or a dono my way. $3 for a TTS message. All support is very much appreciated. Yeah, I'll be back in 3 minutes. Don't you go anywhere. BRB.
Cryatsid donated $20. Food Mo Knees. Pog.
All right, we're back. Thanks for waiting. If you had to sit through some ads, hey, thanks for doing that. I appreciate you. It's a good way to support the stream, even if you don't have any money to throw my way. But speaking of money being thrown my way, yo, Cryptid, thank you so much for the huge dono. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Very, very generous, very kind of you. I really, really appreciate that. Oh, also, Xenomonic, thank you so much for getting to Time Squid. Super, super generous. Very, very cool. Pood. Why did I say pood? Food. Jesus Christ. What was that video? Oh, fun fact about the video. Fun fact about this video. Fun fact about the video playing right now. It features me when it was the year 2000. So this is like this used to air on the public access channel when I was a kid where I grew up in like the town that I grew up, or like where I was born and went to school and stuff. And you can see me like there, right there, that's me. I played it like an FBI agent, so we're like it's the Y files because we did it at the YMCA. Instead of the X Files, you get it? Look at these graphics, dude. Look at these graphics. Look at this. This is real footage, dude. But yeah, this used to play every night on like the local channel in the early 2000s. It was like a movie that I made at like a summer camp with like you know, at the summer camp. The Y-Files. Anyway. Fun fact. Aw, fuck 12. ACAB includes Little Tofu playing an FBI agent in an Alien movie as a child. Yeah, graduated to the CIA. That's right. That's right. Anyway, all right, let's get back into it. Let's get back into it. Let's finish off our news and politics for the evening by going through the highlights of all the speeches, just highlights of the sleepers, and 3 full speeches, but they're all pretty short. But yeah, we're gonna look at Hillary Rodham Clinton, Joseph Robinette Brandon, Kamala Harris, Mayor Karen Bass, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and Sean O'Fanigan, and more. Let's get into it. Dun, dun, dun.
As a prosecutor,
my favorite part was when she did the thing where she was like, I know that Kamala's mother and my mother are both looking down on both of us and are very proud. Like, bitch, you're supposed to be here you're here to hype up the nominee of the Democratic Party, not to talk about your damn self. I know that Kamala's mother would be proud of me, and also Kamala. Like, dude, please go away. Like, please go away. The most notorious loser of this fucking party. You are like the reason why we got Donald Trump in the fucking first place. You fucking crazy person. I couldn't believe she was doing it. It's like, of course, she's at the DNC and she still has to make it about herself. She has to. Oh, it was so cringe.
Kamala locked up murderers and drug traffickers. She will never rest in defense of our freedom and safety. Donald Trump fell asleep at his own trial, and when he woke up, he made his own kind of history. The first person to run for president with 34 felony convictions.
Let's go! That's right, that's my president.
As vice president,
lock him up is such a funny thing to be hearing, dude. Lock him up.
In the Situation Room.
Yes. So stupid, dude. That's her little moment right there. That's her little moment right there. But inside, she's seething. Inside, she is seething. She can't stand the fact that it's not gonna be her. She can't fucking stand it. She can't take it. It eats her up inside. It makes her stomach churn. That she failed. You know what I mean? That she wasn't ever able to become the president of the United States. And it fucking tears her up inside. But I know Kamala Harris's mom and my mom are both looking down on us, very proud. Like, dude, are you running for president, ma'am? No? Then please, respectfully, shut the fuck up. Nobody cares. Like, say some nice things about Kamala, okay? You're here to say nice things about Kamala and move the fuck on.
But
goddamn. Anyway.
And we'll keep working.
All right, we're just getting clips, okay? I could not stand to do the whole thing, okay? So, especially Brandon spoke for like 50 minutes, so I'm not gonna fucking deal with that snooze fest. But we're gonna watch a couple things before we look at Kamala Harris's brief remarks. Let's look at Brandon saying he'll bring peace and security to the Middle East.
And end the war in Gaza. And bring peace and security to the Middle East.
The Middle East is on fire, Jack. And I say we smother the fire with money. We're going to keep throwing money at the fire and hopefully it goes out. Eventually, Jack.
As you know, I wrote a peace treaty for Gaza.
Few days. The one that is definitely like the one that is obviously a non-starter for Hamas. That one.
Years ago, I put forward a proposal that brought us closer to doing that.
Is it the one that doesn't see the IDF leaving Gaza in a phased approach? Is it that one?
Than we've done since October 7th. We're working around the clock, my Secretary of State, to prevent a wider war and reunite hostages with their families and surge humanitarian health and food assistance into Gaza now. To end.
Why do they need that assistance? And why isn't enough assistance getting in there? Why?
The civilian suffering of the Palestinian people. And finally deliver a ceasefire and end this war.
No, I really mean it.
Those protesters out in the street, they have a point.
Oh!
A lot of innocent people are being killed on both sides.
Oh, a lot of innocent people are being killed, chat. On both sides, Jack. On both sides. Hold on, dude. That shit hurt me. That shit hurt my fucking soul. Okay? That shit hurt my fucking soul. Hold on. What does girl Dick Cheney have to say about this? There's a lot of people dying on both sides. In regards to Gaza, is giving Trump talking about Charlottesville, but like much worse. Much worse. Remember when Trump said, hey, there's wonderful people on both sides when he was talking about Nazis? Yeah, there's a lot of people dying on both sides. It's like, yeah, that's crazy. How many IDF soldiers have died? It's like a couple hundred or some shit. Like it's a few hundred maybe? What was it? You know what I mean? Like, okay, October 7th. Yeah, a lot of people died on October 7th. How many October 7ths have happened since October 7th? It's been 10 months. How many separate October 7ths has happened since October 7th? Tell me right now. Tell me right fucking now. Don't give me this shit about people have died on both sides. Bitch. It's disgusting. It's much worse than what Trump said. And what Trump said was fucking detestable, right? He said that about actual Nazis. You know? Real life fucking swastika carrying fucking goofballs. And then this motherfucker had the fucking gall. You know what I mean? Like, this is like what you're gonna be remembered for. This was like, these are the speeches, right? And that's why that's even all the analysts said, like, he knows this is a speech that that you want to be good because it's going to be what caps off your legacy, what people remember. You know what I mean? This shit's gonna be talked about in the history books and documentaries, and like, this goes down in history forever. It's frozen in time. So you want to kill it, right? And you fucking ruined it, dude. You had the most politically correct, like non-offensive speech, and then you had to be like, there's a lot of people dying on both sides. Like, how many people have died on the Israeli side? Like, what are we hello? Huh? If we're really gonna be talking about, like, if we're gonna be comparing, right? Because if we're gonna say both sides, then that we have to compare to say if it is really both sides or not. It's a little bit, it's a little off. I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. It's a little off. Yeah. And so, like, him saying that, right? And then meanwhile, this is going down on this stage.
A little run by a violent mob. What I knew then, from the bottom of my heart that I knew now, there is no place in America for political violence. None. Say God said you love your country only when you win.
So the toxic. Man, fuck this guy. Hey, fuck you. Hey, you got a problem with free speech, bitch? You got a problem with free speech? You got a problem with democracy, pussy? Wielding your "We Love Joe" sign? Cringe, dude. Yeah, how dare you call out genocide? How dare you point out apartheid? How dare you? How dare you? You know what I mean? Like, how dare you do that? How dare you come and wield a sign while all the rest of us are wielding signs? Can't we all just wield signs next to each other? What's the problem here? I only see people with "We Love Joe" signs doing anything with their signs to block their sign. Like, I don't see that happening the other way around. Imagine defending apartheid. Imagine defending what the most of the international world calls genocide. Go ahead. You know what I mean? Imagine using your "We Love Joe" sign to fucking be like, hey, stop calling for an end to apartheid and genocide. I don't like it. What kind of a pussy fucking genocide enjoying genocide apologist are you? That's so cringe. That is cringe. A question of morality. A question of morality. Look at that. Look at that. Like, I don't see Israeli pro-Palestinian protesters grabbing "We Love Joe" signs. They're there like everybody else. These motherfuckers are the ones that have a problem. These motherfuckers are the ones that have a problem. Imagine being that guy. I don't like that you are calling for an end to genocide. I don't like that you are trying to do the right thing and push your representatives, right, to represent your views. There are members of the Democratic Party. There are Democrats who do not agree with arming an apartheid state who is actively participating in a genocide. There are Democrats who understand this, right? And they are here at the DNC, being a part of the Democratic Party and voicing their fucking, voicing that part of the Democratic Party's fucking, opinions and their demands for their party, for their elected officials. This is democracy, right? But imagine being the type of person that is made uncomfortable by people calling out genocide and apartheid. What does that say about you? Huge genocide fans. Huge fans of apartheid, these ones. We love arming Israel, actually. We love rogue states that are probably going to drag us and the rest of the world into a greater war in the region. We love that. We love it. Wow, okay. Look at you. Huge fans of apartheid, all these ones. All right. Let's keep it moving. Let's keep it moving. I don't think we need these now. We'll hold on to that. All right, let's look at this other piece here from Joseph R. Brandon. A little clippy clip.
How can we have the strongest economy in the world without the best infrastructure in the world? Donald Trump promised Infrastructure Week every week for 4 years, and he never built a damn thing. But now, because of what Kamala and I have done, remember we were told we couldn't get it done. Remember when we came into office, we couldn't get anything passed? But right now, we're giving America an infrastructure decade, not week.
Oh, yeah.
We're modernizing our roads.
I mean, it'd be cool if we could actually get like an infrastructure deal cracking. Yeah, that would be fucking awesome. Yeah, for sure.
Our ports, our airports, our trains, our buses. Removing every lead pipe from schools and homes so every child can drink clean water.
Which is like still a thing, which is like miraculously still a thing, right? Like, remember when Obama like drank the water in Flint, Michigan? Like, so much has happened and the water's still bad. You know what I mean? The water's still bad.
Affordable high-speed internet for every American, no matter where they live, not unlike what Roosevelt did with electricity. And so much more. We are uniting the country.
See that? I think that was probably around the time that we saw the clip from the crowd.
Growing our economy. We're improving our quality of life. And we're building a better America.
Let's go. All right, now let's hear from Kamala. Brief remarks. Damn, that's a lot of motherfucking people, dude. That shit is crazy, dude. It is popping, dude. Like, the RNC was like, this seriously, the RNC is in shambles. Like, this blows the RNC out of the water just like by just a fucking long shot, dude. Like, holy crap. Like, there's no denying that, right? Like, there's no denying this. Look at that. Holy shit.
Good evening.
But like I said, like, you know, this is what pressure does. This is what pressure does. This is what pressure does. Don't let people tell you that you don't actually, you know, you shouldn't actually try and that you shouldn't actually care about things and have principles and you know, you should pressure people. You shouldn't settle because there's other people that are worse than them. You should still pressure them to meet you where you actually are at. And that's how we got Joseph Brandon to drop out. That's how we got Timothy Walls in there. Okay? That's how we're getting progressive policies because they're seeing how popular it is. It's working for them and they're learning. Some are learning. Some are learning. The most annoying ones aren't going to learn, but some are clearly because look how much excitement there is. Look.
It is so good to be with everyone this evening in this hall and everyone at home. This is going to be a great week. And I want to kick us off by celebrating our incredible President, Joe Biden, who will be speaking later tonight. Joe, thank you for your historic leadership, for your lifetime of service to our nation, and for all you will continue to do. We are forever grateful to you. Thank you, Joe. And looking out.
There, like the thank you, Joe thing. Remember, it started trending initially because people were like, thank you, Joe, for dropping out. Thank you for doing the right thing. You know what I mean? Thank you for doing the right thing. That's why they're thanking him. They're saying thank you for doing the right thing and creating a moment where the Democratic Party could actually have excitement like this. It couldn't have happened without him dropping out. It couldn't have.
Looking out at everyone tonight, I see the beauty of our great nation. People from every corner of our country and every walk of life are here, united by our shared vision for the future of our country. And this November, we will come together and declare with one voice, as one people, we are moving forward.
Like all of the interviews that you see with people at the DNC, for example, all of the people who talk about like, yeah, I wasn't gonna vote. I'm excited, but I'm excited now. You know what I mean? Like there was no excitement behind Joe Brandon. Like everybody was just feeling doomer-pilled, and largely the Democratic Party was feeling doomer-pilled. And finally, everybody came around on it. Everybody came around on it. And look at all the people saying that. Thank goodness he dropped out, because I am more excited to vote for Democrats than I ever have been. Like that is because people did not like Joe Brandon. If they, you know what I mean? Like what people are excited now for a possible, like a hope. There's hope for a different future, a different way forward. People are excited now because it's not what it was, because Joe Brandon is not running anymore. Joe Brandon is not running anymore. You need to change. And look, you're being rewarded for it. You're being rewarded for changing.
With optimism, hope, and faith, so guided by our love of
Kamala
country,
Harris is not popular. Kamala Harris was a meme. The meme, around from young people. That the coconut meme. That's the young people did that. The youth did that. The youth is way progressive. Kamala Harris is extremely unpopular, but she's the best way forward. If Joe Brandon is gonna drop out, she's the easiest, best way forward. And so everybody started memeing. The memes took off, and here we are.
Have so much more in common than what separates us. Let us fight for the ideals we hold dear.
And that's why this DNC is so content creator friendly, because they know that that's extremely important. They know that's extremely important. They know that. And they know that Trump knows that. They know that the Trump and the GOP knows that. You know what I mean?
And let us always remember, when we fight.
But like, good thing most people aren't fucking, you know what I mean? Aren't fucking like Aiden Ross enjoyers. You know what I mean? Good thing. We
win. God bless you. God bless the United States of America. Good night, everyone.
Hell yeah. All right. Let's look at my motherfucking mayor speak now. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, that song goes hard in a stadium environment. You know what I mean? Like Beyonce's songs are like made for stadiums, right? Like, so like when that shit drops, it goes hard. I'm not gonna lie. All right, let's now go to a short one from my mayor, Karen Bass, baby. Hey, Karen.
Are you as excited as I am?
Choo!
I've known Kamala Harris for almost 20 years. Our bond was forged years ago by a shared commitment to children. A belief that it is everyone's responsibility to care for every child, no matter where they come from and no matter who their parents are. Kamala knows that each generation has an obligation to the next. That's why when I was Speaker of the State Assembly and she was a prosecutor, we fought to address youth homelessness and reform the child welfare system. We wanted to make sure that California's foster youth aren't cut off and left on their own the day they turn 18. As Attorney General, Kamala created our state's Bureau of Children's Justice and worked to give children in the juvenile justice system the support they needed. And when I asked her to swear me in, the first woman vice president, swearing in the first woman mayor of Los Angeles, we knew we were sending a message.
Please, I'm dying. I can't take it.
Message to young girls everywhere that they too can lead.
They too can lead homeless sweeps. They too can continue to fund murderous, corrupt police departments like that, like the LAPD and the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department. That's right. They too can grow up to be somebody who creates policy that pays out their friends and cronies in the in the business sector and further displaces the most the most vulnerable parts of our population. Yes, progress.
Now I know Kamala, and she feels
What's the
importance of this work in her bones. When Kamala meets a young person, you can feel her passion. You can feel her heart, and you can feel her fearlessness. That is what defines a commitment to children, being willing to fight fiercely for every child. And trust me,
thank you, Nataxi.
Kamala has done that her entire life. So this November, we're gonna fight to elect Kamala Harris as the next president of these United States.
Okay, Karen. Okay, Karen. Now let's go to Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, this was the speech where this was the first time that Gaza was officially mentioned on the stage, apparently, at this DNC. So let's check it out.
Thank you, Chicago, for your energy. Thank you, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, for your vision.
God damn, there's a lot of people, dude. Like, listen, like, how many other members of the House like get applause like that? Okay, like I have my issues with AOC, right? But like she is undoubtedly one of the most progressive members of the progressives on the Hill, one of the most progressive people in the Democratic Party, undoubtedly, right? Look how much more popular she is than like literally everybody else. You know what I mean? Like, look how well Ilhan Omar did against all that APAC money, right? Look at that.
Thank you. Thank you, Chicago, for your energy.
Like, who has national name recognition and support like the members of the squad? Like I said, I have my issues with like each individual person for whatever reason, but like they are, the most progressive, members of the Democratic Party, period. Unfortunately, like, Jamal Bowman and Cori Bush, got primaried out. But still, like this type of energy and popularity is still unmatched by like anybody else in the party. It's just true. People like progressive ideas even if they don't like communism or whatever they think communism is. Exactly. Which is why like Tim Walz is polling so much better than Kamala Harris. It's like yeah. Period.
Kamala Harris and Tim Walz for your vision. And thank you, Joe Biden, for your leadership. You know, 6 years ago, I was taking omelet orders as a waitress in New York City. I didn't have health insurance.
It's only 6 years ago.
My family was fighting off foreclosure, and we were struggling with bills after my dad passed away unexpectedly from cancer. Like millions of Americans, we were just looking for an honest shake. And we were tired of a cynical politics that seemed blind to the realities of working people. It was then, only through the miracles of democracy and community, that the good people of the Bronx and Queens chose someone like me to elect them in Congress. And America, in my heart,
That dude's shades are sick.
I know from that
Sorry, I just gotta call out a G when I see one, you know what I mean?
in my
Pure swag, dude.
heart, I know from that same cloth of hope and aspiration, we will also elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as presidents and vice presidents of the United States of America. I am here tonight because America has before us a rare and precious opportunity. In Kamala Harris, we have a chance to elect a president who is for the middle class because she is from the middle class. She understands the urgency of rent checks and groceries and prescriptions. She is as committed to our reproductive and civil rights as she is to taking on corporate greed.
Let's go. And I hope we do something with that that FTC, that antitrust shit. Like I like that. That's good shit. You know what I mean? That's good. This is good.
And she is working tirelessly to secure a ceasefire in Gaza and bringing hostages home. In Kamala Harris, I see a leader who understands. I see a leader with a real commitment to a better future for working families. And Chicago, we have to help her win. Because we know that Donald Trump would sell this country for $1 if it meant lining his own pockets and greasing the palms of his Wall Street friends. And I, for one, am tired of hearing about how a two-bit union buster thinks of himself as more of a patriot than the woman who fights every single day to lift working people out from under the boots of greed, trampling on our way of life. The truth is, Don,
Is that Jesse Jackson? It is.
love this country if you only fight for the wealthy and big business. To love this country is to fight for its people, all people, working people, everyday Americans
state your
like
thesis.
bartenders and factory workers and fast food cashiers who punch a clock and are on their feet.
I'm sure you're kidding. Is this Grand Theft Auto? Of course, but welcome in just in case. You know what I mean. We for your account's safety and my account's safety. But welcome in. I hope you're having a good day.
Toughest jobs out out there.
You're fine. Welcome in.
You know, ever since I got elected,
dude,
Republicans have
all of the Realtree cramo with the Harris walls. I thought they were like I thought everybody was wearing Hassan merch. I was like, there's no way. There's no way that there's like all of these people wearing Hassan. Like there's just no fucking possible way. And I was like, oh, yeah, that's right. It's the Harris Walls hat.
by saying that I should go back to bartending. But let me tell you,
bartending is sick. Okay? Like, one, you know, fuck you and your condescending bullshit, but like bartenders are cool. Like, we love bartenders. You know what I mean? Like, what's wrong with bartenders? So you're saying you hate the working class. You know what I mean? Like, something wrong with bartenders? I bet there's a bartender that was thinking about voting for you. Probably not anymore.
I'm happy to any day of the week because there is nothing wrong with working for a living.
Yeah. See, let me write the speech. Let me drive a boat. Like, put me up there. I'll say some shit.
Imagine having leaders in the White House who understand that.
Let me drive a boat.
Like Kamala and Tim. But Chicago, just because the choice is clear to us, does not mean that the path will be easy. Over the next 78 days, we will have to pour every ounce,
Dude, that's gonna fucking go by like this. It's gonna be election day. I'm gonna like go to sleep and I'm gonna wake up. It's gonna be election day. Oh my God.
minute, every moment into making history on November 5th. But we cannot send Kamala and Tim to the White House alone. Together, we must also elect strong Democratic majorities in the House and in the Senate so that we can deliver on an ambitious agenda for the people.
That's right.
Because if you are a working parent trying to afford rent and childcare, Kamala is for you. If you are a senior who had to go back to work because your retirement didn't stretch far enough, Kamala is for you.
Like, listen, some of the progressive economic policies that were announced recently are really good. And that's like testing the waters for how popular progressive policies are. They're seeing how popular they are. They're extremely popular. Fucking surprise. You know what I mean? You know, if they keep making that calculation, we could build on that economic platform. Obviously, that doesn't mean we let up fucking pressure. You know, an economic platform that also includes, you know, money to apartheid, genocidal ethno states. You know what I mean? It's not a good economic policy still, right? But like, we can build on the things that you said. I think they're pretty good and surprisingly progressive. I truly did not expect it from Kamala, and I think it really, like I said, I keep repeating myself. Pat yourselves on the back for all the pressure that the left flank has put, you know, has been putting up. Play, what the hell?
You're an immigrant family just starting your American story. Kamala is for you. America, when we knock on our neighbor's door, organize our communities, and elect Kamala Harris to the presidency on November 5th, we will send a loud message that the people of this nation will not go back. We choose a new path and open the door to a new day, one that is for the people and by the people. Thank you. Thank you very much. God bless. God bless you all.
Hell yeah. I was thinking about it. What do you say other than God bless America? Like, what if I don't want to say that? You know what I mean? Like what? Like, what else is there to say? Like, what would you sign off? Like, what takes the place of a God bless America? Fuck 12, right? Yeah. You know what I mean? What do you say? Dog bless America? God damn America? Fuck America, mama. Fuck America, sister. Cool. All right, now the real
Please
president.
welcome United
speaks.
Auto Workers President Sean Fain.
Jonathan O'Fain again. Yo, Lucio, thank you so much for 5 months. Let's go. Thank you so much.
LIFECOULDBEATOFU.
Yeah.
Tofu comrade salute.
No, right, for sure. I was literally thinking the same thing. Thank you so much for 5 months. Thank you, thank you.
All right.
He's such a G, bro. He got the fucking, look at his shirt, bro. He got a t-shirt on with the blazer on over it, bro. He's such a G. Yo, Little Bear with the 5 bomb, with the 5 community gift subs. What the heck? If you got a gifty from Little Bear, please make sure to thank her. That's very, 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 very kind. Very, very generous. Thank you so much, Little Bear. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Also, shouts out Little Bear if you don't already follow Little Bear.
Thank
Union,
you.
yes. Union, yes.
Good evening, America, and good evening.
Dude, look at
to
how
the
much.
people that make this
Look
world.
at how much support unions. Like, dude, do you see the Overton window? Just like, dude. Like I said, never in my entire lifetime. I've said this a million times now, but like, never in my lifetime has the Overton window actually moved left. I've never seen this happen before. It's happening. Like, look at this. That's like a standing ovation for a fucking union president. It's good. It's really good stuff. It's really good.
Move the working class. On behalf of 1 million active and retired members of the UAW, I am honored to support Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to be our next president and vice president.
Union,
And
yes.
I want to
Union,
say
yes.
thank you to Joe Biden for making history by walking the picket line with the UAW.
It was history, and it was good. It was good.
For the UAW and for working class people everywhere, this election comes down to one question. Which side are you on?
Which side are you on? Wait, well, now I want to play it.
On one side, we have Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, who have stood shoulder to shoulder with the working class. On the other side, we have Trump and Vance. Two lapdogs for the billionaire class who only serve themselves. So for us in the labor movement, it's real simple. Kamala Harris is one of us. She's a fighter for the working class. And Donald Trump is a scam.
He's a scam. And we all hate scabs, right? Everyone at the Democratic Party? Right, everyone here at the Democratic Party, you're weird and cringe if you don't fucking cheer for this, right? We don't like scabs. Scabs are bad. It's anti-working class. Okay, that's anti-labor, and that type of behavior will not be accepted no longer in the Democratic Party. No, 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 no.
That's not just my opinion, that's a fact. All we have to do is look at the track record. When Donald Trump was president,
Yo, Johnny Cornflake, even 100 bits.
America ran wild. Donald Trump did not bring back the auto industry.
No.
When Donald Trump was president, auto plants closed.
Yes.
Trump did nothing. Trump told workers in Lordstown, Ohio, that he would be bringing all the auto jobs back. And Trump did nothing. In 2019, General Motor workers went on strike for 40 days for good jobs and a better life. And Trump did nothing. Talk is cheap. But in 2019, you know who was on the picket line standing shoulder to shoulder with auto workers?
Whomst. Who's it, Brando? Marlon Brando.
Kamala Harris.
Oh, also that.
In 2023, who helped bring jobs back to Lordstown, Ohio? Kamala Harris. And in 2024, who will stand with the working class in our fight for justice? Kamala Harris. And that's the difference. Donald Trump is all talk, and Kamala Harris walks the walk. In the words of the great American poet, Nellie, it's getting hot in here.
That's right. In the words of the great American working class poet.
It's getting hot in here.
Hogs out for labor. Trump says scab. Trump says scab. Trump says scab. Trump says scab.
It's hot in here. It's hot in here because you're fired up and you're fed up, and the American working class is fired up and fed up.
That's right.
The American working class is in a fight for our lives. And if you don't believe me, just last night, blue-collar workers, the UAW members at Cornell University had to walk out on strike for a better life because they're fighting corporate greed.
That's right.
And our only hope is to attack corporate greed head on. Corporate greed turns blue-collar blood, sweat, and tears into Wall Street stock buybacks and CEO jackpots. It causes inflation. It hurts workers. It hurts consumers. And it hurts America.
Yo, hell, Gina, thank you so much for 16 months. Let's go. Thank you.
Is alive and well in the auto industry.
Lucid solidarity, lucid solidarity.
You know,
lucid solidarity to you too, Helgina.
We achieved life-changing gains in our strike at the Big Three. We even won a commitment to reopen a closed plant not too far from here.
Let's go.
We were
What's
able
up,
to
Cat
do
on
that
KBTV?
thanks to the support of Kamala Harris and Joe Biden and the thousands of auto workers that went on strike. But a year later, one company wants to go back on their commitments in our contract.
Who's that?
And let me be clear, Stellantis must keep the promises they made to America in our union contract. And the UAW will take whatever action necessary at Stellantis or any other corporation to stand up and hold corporate America accountable.
Let's fucking go, dude. Like, okay, this is huge. Truly, this is huge. Okay? Like, possibly the next president of the United States, right? Giving a huge platform to Sean Fain, to somebody who is unapologetically like extremely pro-working class, you know? All of this rhetoric against corporate greed and shit like this. This is a huge message, because how many corporate Democratic donors are like, oh, I don't fuck with this. You know what I'm saying? I don't fuck with that. Right? I don't fuck with this. This is scary. Because that signals a greater shift. It signals a greater shift in the you know, if we zoom out a bit. This is very good. This is very, 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 very good. And like in Ilhan Omar's recent election, you'll see that popular policies will beat out corporate moneyed interests every day, any day, anytime, any place. Okay, you just gotta be popular. You gotta deliver. You gotta deliver, and you gotta be trusted by your constituents.
And when the UAW stands up, we know who stands with us and who stands against us. Donald Trump laughs about firing workers who go on strike.
That's true. That's right. The UAW, that's right. We talked about that last week, how the UAW opened up a case against Elon Musk and Donald Trump because they may have incriminated themselves in their little glaze session on the Twitter app, on the Twitter application, the Everything app. They may have incriminated themselves, which is pretty cool, which is pretty great.
And Kamala Harris stands shoulder to shoulder with workers when they're on strike. And that's the difference between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump the scab.
Dude, love that. Dude, they need to take, if the Harris campaign takes that from the UAW and uses it too, oh my God. It'll go crazy. If the Harris campaign also started calling Trump a scab and made that like a main message, a main talking point, oh my God. There's no way he could beat the allegations. There's no way. If someone hears that he's a scab and they're like, oh really, is Trump a scab? I'm a rank and file union member, love my union, love my job, but I've been voting GOP since I could ever vote, since forever, since I've never voted Democrat. You know what I mean? Like, what do you mean Trump is a scab? And then you hear Trump talk about it and try to defend himself, and all he says is horrible shit about labor and how much he detests workers in the working class. Like, they're like, oh shit, maybe I go for this Kamala Harris person, Trump. What's up, the actual Karl Marx? Oh my God, the actual Karl Marx. Real. What's up, Karl Marx? Welcome in.
Is pushing divide and conquer tactics of the rich. It's the oldest trick in the book. They want to blame the frustrations of working class people. They want to take those frustrations, they want to blame it on race. They want to blame it on LGBTQ plus people.
Yo, my king, my king, my king, my fucking king, my king. I would follow this. Listen, when I tell you, chat, that I would follow this man to the depths of fucking hell, like, I'm not joking. This guy is like, this dude is the real deal. This dude is the real fucking deal. I fucking love Sean
destitute
Fain.
and desperate person at the border. They do that because they want working class people.
He's pro-Palestine, pro-LGBTQ, pro-working class. We love a fucking socialist king, dude. Whether he'll tell you he's a socialist or not, we love a socialist king. We really do.
Divided and to focus and keep the focus off the one true enemy, corporate greed.
Love that. Love it. Love it. And that's a good thing too, the corporate greed thing. Like, if we can get the entirety of the Democratic Party to shift on the conversation around inflation, and instead of saying like, oh, we're doing everything we can to battle inflation, you know what I mean, and then capitulate to the right-wing narrative, to the GOP narrative, like, if we can switch away from that and be like, actually, bitch, your precious stock market is doing just fine. Okay? But the reason why is we need to do what is really the problem here. We need to attack what the real problem is, and that is corporate greed, corporate price gouging. That's what we need to be getting at. That's the real source of your dollar not going that far. We need to stop, the Democratic Party needs to stop capitulating to their narrative, to the Republican narrative, like they did on immigration, which is a huge loser. And it unfortunately doesn't look like Kamala Harris has come, much further on that. It looks like she's still, messaging that, they want to tighten up the border or whatever, which is a right-wing talking point. We need to stop doing that. We need to stop giving in to the Republican talking points. And this is a one of the good ways that they're doing it, and they need to do it in others as well.
The rich think we're stupid, but working.
Wait, is that Kamala Harris's husband behind signs that say Jill? That's kind of funny. What's up, Pupusama? I am Pupusama and I love you. The actual source of your problems is not enough love. True that, Pupusama. Hope you're having a great day. Welcome in.
But working class Americans see this for what it is. This is our generation's defining moment. So I have a question for you. Are you ready to stand up, speak up, and show up and put Kamala Harris and Tim Walz in the White House? We need a defender of the working class in the White House. Someone who is one of us and someone who knows how to fight. And that fighter is the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris. Thank you.
Wait, who was holding up a Jill sign that was sitting 2 seats away from Kamala Harris's husband? Just sitting right next to the second gentleman, like, Justine! That's so funny. That was a funny thought. Jill Biden. Oh, wait. Is that what that's for? That is what that's for. Okay, I'm so stupid. I was like, why? But they're green. I'm so dumb. I was like, why are we doing that? Why are they doing that? How did those even get here? I'm so stupid. I was like, bro, how is there Jill signs right there? And because they're green. All right, it's like Jill. Okay, whatever. Bring back this banger. What is this?
He's being kind of zesty with it. And by zesty, I'm saying because he's a gay guy. Oh, wait, he's not actually. He's Kamala Harris's husband.
Wait, who the fuck did he think it was? Dumbass. Who did he think it was?
Oh my God, I took it for granted that he's a beard. Like, absolutely. I forgot that that's not a thing that, I say on the stream. That's so fucked up.
Wait, what?
I was thinking of Chasten. I was thinking of Chasten Buttigieg. I was thinking of Chasten.
Dude. Way off.
I was gonna start a new thing where I say gay dudes are being zesty when they're doing straight stuff.
Gay dudes are zesty as fuck when they do straight stuff. Like, there's nothing more gay than like kissing your white girl, you know what I mean? Like your white girl friends when you're drunk. Like, that's pretty zesty. That's actually that's true. That's just true.
He's being kind of zesty with
Yeah, that's just true. Yo, Fellini, thank you so much for 29 months. I appreciate it. Thank you. Tofu L. Thank you so much for 29 months. I hope you're doing good. Good morning. Good morning. Okay. You know what? I was gonna watch the rest of the union leaders speak, but it's 4 a.m. and I don't really, what else am I gonna say? I'm gonna say the same fucking pro-labor talking points and just watch fucking more fucking old guys speaking when we could be moving on to comfy content finally. Okay, we need to move on to comfy content because it's already 4 a.m. We need to watch some fun things, okay? We can't just like sit here and do politics all stream, okay? So next up, we're gonna do some fun shit, ! Watching in the chat for a link to this playlist that contains all the videos that we have watched this evening and possibly will watch for the rest of the evening. We have Meat Canyon, Inspiragio, Bourbon Rescue Branch, Dying Llama, Fantano. We got lots of stuff that we could get into next, chat. Like I said, ! Watching for a link to this playlist. But first, chat, before we continue on and get into some comfy content to wind down after the news, we got to run an ad break, chat, because it's been a little bit more than an hour since our last ad break. Don't you worry, though, because here at the Tofu Ghost broadcast, when I run ads, I run them while I'm away from the stream. That way, even if you're unsubscribed, you don't miss out on any of the content. But if you would like to support the stream, if you would like to support me, the streamer, and also in doing so, get access to really cool, really exclusive Tofu Ghost emotes, as well as an ad-free viewing experience, all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account, if you have one, to your Twitch account. Or let's say you're already subscribed to the channel and you're feeling generous and you have the means to, maybe consider gifting a sub to one of our unsubbed friends in the chat, like Comic Girl or Diosu or Anarcho Bobcat or whoever else is unsubscribed. If you are one of those unsubscribed friends, make sure to say hi in the chat, throw an emo in the chat or something, or if you're lurking, use the please gift me a sub redeem. That way somebody might notice you and feel generous enough to shoot you a gifty. You can also help out by throwing bits or a dono my way. $3 for a TTS. We are at 18 out of 25 for the daily sub goal. Please do consider supporting in some way. That way we can continue to do this full time and I can continue to pay my bills while doing so. I'll be back in 3 minutes. BRB. All right. We're back. Thanks for waiting. Thanks for hanging in there. If you had to watch some bullshit ads, hey, thanks for doing that. I appreciate you. It's a good way to help out the stream, even if you don't have money to throw my way. But we're back, and let's get into some chill shit. Some chill shit. All right, let's see what we got. What we got on the menu. Let's see. Whoa, loud. Chill. Chill. Okay, let's do this. Let's do Meat Canyon and Bourbon Rescue Branch, and let's go from there. Let's do Meat Canyon and then Bourbon Rescue Branch, and then see how we're feeling and see what else we feel like watching from there. We're Costco boys. I'm scared. Wait, is this the beginning?
What is this?
All right, so you're giving away one child.
Oh my god. Spoilers. Oh, is that a chicken bake?
Guys, of course we go shopping while eating a chicken bake.
Well,
Oh my
Costco
God.
guys, of course we have to try the new double chunk chocolate cookie.
That was great, Dad. I love Costco. I'm gonna try and work here when I'm older. Get an even better
What's with the nipples? Why do his nipples look like that?
discount.
You know we live for the discount, son. I gotta show you something new Costco has. It's way in the back.
Sure. What is it?
You'll find out, son.
Oh, wow. I've never been back here before. Oh no! What is this?
All right, so you're giving away one child. Yeah, one kid. Okay, that upgrades your membership card for another 10% on cash rebates.
Damn, is this
There you
real?
go. Oh, yeah. That's a boo, baby. Oh, yeah. Oh, he's a big boo.
Oh, he's a big boo.
Hold on. Hold him. Lift with your legs.
Oh my god.
What is this? Daddy! Daddy!
Set it down.
Daddy!
Here. Oh, dude. Now move this pallet over here.
Oh my god, dude.
Dad!
Go more in the back. Oh, yeah, you're good to go. Close it.
Veo a algunos hombres. Creo que nos están apuntando. Quizás nosotros somos los siguientes. No dejaré que te lleven, te lo prometo. I don't speak Spanish. I don't know what you're saying. Everything will be okay. Aléjate, aléjate, no te acerques. No, no, suéltame. No, oh, God, no. Wait, don't close it. Don't close it.
Dude, why do I want these videos just like escalate? That's all they do is just escalate.
Damn it, Mikey.
Hey! Help me! Help! Help! Hey! No! No!
Is Under Armour a Costco thing?
Ini seharusnya putih dia. Menurutku ini dia.
No?
Oh Tuhan, lihatlah dia. Babi kecil ini terlihat seperti sudah mati. Dia akan baik-baik saja. Kita akan melatihnya dengan baik.
Oh.
Jesus Christ.
Jangan malas-malasan. Balik kerja, dasar malas. Sini kacangnya.
Let me call my wife, please. I have to use the restroom.
Sekarang cepat. Kita harus penuhi kuota.
Hei Ahmad, kamu harus ke sini. Ini sangat lucu. Lihat seberapa besar kue ini.
Oh, kuenya besar banget ya.
Double chuck chocolate cookie is a boom. Isn't that right?
Lihat, gimana tuh sama dia?
Ya ampun, ada apa dengan yang kecil
Lucu
itu?
banget ini
Kenapa
orang.
dia terlihat seperti itu?
What the fuck was that?
Stinky raccoon. Also need a...
Bro, what the fuck was that? I don't have any closure. Like, I have no idea what the fuck just happened. Okay. Well, now I'm just like stressed out for no reason. Fuck, man. What do I do? Like, what do I do now? Anyway, Urban Rescue Ranch.
Completely raw. Taking him to the pond so he can swim. Baby Roadrunner. Come on, Boo Boo, get the mouse. And he's way too old to be nursing on his mom. Stop eating all my pickerel. We're cooked, you guys. Now there's just a mouse in the house. All right, you know
Mouse
what? You
in
can
the
just live
house.
in here. Okay, guys, this mouse bit me, and now he lives under this little cabinet here. And
Oh.
there's no way I'm going to be able to get him out of here, so now we just have a mouse in the house. But Boo Boo just ate that mouse whole. But all right, everybody, welcome back
shit.
to the Urban Rescue Branch. These are our two great horned owls in here. I'm actually going to take the other two from the other enclosure and put them in here pretty soon. But look at this. Also, look at how that one's terrified of me, but this one loves me. I picked all these brown rats for a few reasons. And I know that you guys aren't going to be sad if all of the rats aren't just white and adorable. And reason number two, these guys need to learn how to hunt prey that actually blends in with its surroundings. But that's all I'm going to be feeding these little guys for a while until they can prove to me that they're good hunters. And these are my precious little owl babies.
Training them for
And
battle.
although they're pretty good at flying, as you can see, they need to learn how to hunt live prey. So I'm going to be going ahead and putting these guys in here.
Oh my
and like I
gosh.
said, I picked the black rats.
Bye, cute little mousey.
I always put food and water in here for these rats, but these little guys need to be hunted. And these rats still have the ability to dig out if they want to, like here. For the sake of the survival of all of
You can survive, but it is up to you.
beautiful owls that we have in here. That scared me a little bit. Including this beautiful barred owl that is finally healed up. When this little goober came in, the back of his head was completely raw and bloody. Now it's just basically skin. And although he's obviously not friends with these other owls, he seems to get along with them pretty well. We just turned in this baby raccoon
Well, that's nice.
they wanted to keep as a pet, it sounds like. And then they realized, oh, this is a wild raccoon that is not friendly
It's like
at
Saw
all.
for rats.
Oh, and he's horrified, so I'm gonna go ahead and put her inside so we can quarantine her.
Oh, pretty scary, huh, guys? I bet you leave a little like for Uncle Ben.
No, it'd be a shame if you forgot to leave like something bad happened to you.
We can't just...
Exclamation point watching in the chat for a link to the playlist chat. Wait, why won't it let me like it? Oh my god. Uncle Ben, I swear I'm trying. Please don't hurt me. Please.
Take a raccoon and put it with our other ones, even if it's the same size.
Boo Boo, there's a mouse right there. You gotta get it. Come on, Boo Boo, get the mouse quick before it goes in the closet.
Be a ferocious animal. Oh! Oh, he got. Oh, shit, he got him.
But now we have this little.
Oh, and I'm out the window.
We have this little igloo for Boo Boo. So he can
And I'm out of here. Oh!
when he wants.
Are you okay, Boo Boo? Okay, like trying to jump out the window was one thing, but when you tried to jump through the wall, you know, it was at that point where I started to worry, you know?
He needs a hide. But I got him these toys specifically because they're the only things that he won't chew up into little pieces and swallow and die.
I thought that was a big old
Good evening,
dookie.
everybody. It's a bit windy, so this footage might not be good. But I have
Oh,
this
the
precious
Bebo
beaver
folk
here.
today.
I'm taking him to the pond so he can swim. And this beaver
so
sure
cute.
is getting big nowadays. He's a lot bigger than the tiny little helpless creature that came in a couple months ago. You can see the soft-shelled turtle that we released here is still thriving. I've been trying to find him for a while now. It's good to see that soft shell is still here. But I'm letting this beaver and this groundhog walk around here so they can eat some natural grass.
Friends
and swim. Although
forever.
groundhogs obviously don't really need to swim. But it sure is lovely out here, and these cappies sure do
Even
love
for
the
funskies?
pond. And the vegetation's growing faster than they can eat it.
Boo Boo
finally.
kind of
It's
dumb, but I
important
love
both of
them.
these
Yeah,
guys
Boo Boo
walk
kind of
around
dumb, but I
pond.
would
Gorge
die for
just
them,
over
you
there
know?
Drinking the water. This will be Bebo's first time swimming in this pond, at least in a while. Look how precious this little fella is, you guys. He's like Big Ounce, but he's gonna be 5 times as big. And this beaver's like Big Ounce, but aquatic. It's time this little fella finally put that flappy tail to good use. And there is still one tilapia in here.
Flappy
Look at that,
tappy.
guys. There's one right there. But this dang beaver just wants to go over here to say hi to Patrick. I'm just a little scared that Patrick would hurt him. Patrick is a creepy little boy, and this is just a precious little beaver. I won't be letting these two get too close to each other. Oh. Also, this rock fell down, I think, when Crispy Concords came here. He was standing on it and he was too fat. But this is Bevo's first time swimming around at the pond. But it's so important for him to be able to swim around and actually dive, but I haven't seen him do that yet. And look at this precious little toad. While Bevo
He's just been in the tub.
Time, this little guy is having free roam time. This is the perfect little place for a groundhog to learn how to run around and eat grass. Also, as you can see,
I see you, Union Ice.
the cappies eat my pickerel, but they don't eat enough of it for it to actually go away. This pickerel is also really good food for this beaver. And this groundhog likes
the beaver.
Oh, and look at that little fella cruising around. And they really love eating that whole thing, the leaf and the stem. But what a lovely little place for these fellas to be able to just hang out and walk around. And earlier that beaver was just following me around everywhere, and now he wants nothing to do with me. Oh,
do you see this?
Little fella sure has come a long way from the sad little orphan he was when we first
No, I don't see anything.
Look who went for his
see
first
what?
swim.
What is that thing?
My pickerel. You can see that the cappies really love sitting in this little area here because there's no plants there anymore. We got that little apple tree over there. This peach tree is actually starting to grow peaches now that I've fenced it off. Even though it looks like we're only going to get 2 this year. This whole area used to be a dump. Now it's vibrant and full of life. He's not quite old enough to where he can just live out here full time yet. But pretty soon he will be as soon as we beaver-proof everything. But any trees that we don't fence in will eventually lose all of their bark from this little fella. I'm going to go ahead and order a bunch of fence panels today so that we can separate this little fella from the cappies. But all right, little fella, time to go back inside. And even though this guy is still a wild animal, we can't really release him for another 1.5 years, so we have plenty of time to desocialize him.
That's the saddest thing. I don't know if I could do that. Like, I don't know if I could do that part. You know what I mean? Like, there's all the other horrible things that are hard about, like, this type of job, like, you know, all the blood and guts and death and, like, you know, nasty shit, right? And poo-poos everywhere and pee-pee and, you know, God knows everything, you know, that's gross and it's a lot. But, like, the hardest part has got to be desocializing them so that they can be fit to live in the wild. You have to be mean to it.
We carry these fellas out here every couple days
so that it's afraid of you and it has a healthy fear of humans. No, you do that. I don't want to do that.
Now that they're older and as soon as we get
I want to be friends.
I'm going to start doing it every day so they feel comfortable here. Also need to harvest all these eggs because I know Kevin's not going to do a good job of raising them. But just look at my dog.
Message deleted.
Wow, this is the first time I've ever looked at Boo Boo and thought that he was an actual little deer. Look how big he is now compared to these precious little creatures. And he's way too old to be nursing on his mom still. What do you think of these little creatures, Bevo? They sure are beautiful. All right, everybody, I am heading out because somebody found a baby roadrunner or their dog brought it back to them. It's right by the gas station where I like to buy minnows and also where we've gotten a bunch of owls for some reason. But all right, everybody, here it is. This is our first ever roadrunner. He was attacked by a dog, so he has some superficial flesh wounds and he's missing some of the skin on his wing here. But he is still very much alive and he can move his leg. Best case scenario, he goes back to the wild. Medium case scenario, we give him antibiotics and he's good, but he's not healthy enough to go back to the wild because I think one of his eyes won't even open.
Poor guy.
Worst case scenario, he doesn't make it at all, like most of the animals that come in like this.
Wind was really bad in this clip, but here I am at P.F. Chang's picking up a couple green herons that were orphaned.
At P.F.
Someone
Chang's?
said that their mom hadn't been there for a few days.
But all right, everybody, there they
Whoa,
are.
what the heck are
Look how
those?
nice my pumpkin
He
plants
just said it,
are.
but
This is our
I already
first
forgot
year
what he
ever
just
actually
said.
pumpkins growing in here. But all right, everybody, this is why I got all these cringe minnows. We still have all of these little raccoons
they're cute.
And that's why they're
Look
a
at
little bit
them.
friendlier than they should be. These guys have all of their normal food, which is just chocolate.
Oh my gosh, look at those ones are fluffy.
Learn how to hunt and kill, or else they'll never be able to go back to the wild. So I just put a bunch of minnows in here for them to learn how to hunt. First, I'm going to start them off with some easy ones, and by that I mean I accidentally spilled these on the ground.
What the
I went
Sigma?
ahead and accidentally dropped a lot of these minnows on the ground here, so I'm picking them up and putting them in here. Look at this, you guys. I'll throw some minnows on the ground for them to grab, but then I'll put most of them in here in this pool. You might as well learn now and get off off me, you little cringe ball. Stupid,
he's
stinky
so
raccoons.
cute.
I'm so sick of these things.
He's
if I'm out
cute.
here every day spending time with them, or if they're just only eating that stuff, they won't be well adjusted enough to go back to the wild. So you get in here, boy. And as you can see, they're already starting to paw at
Get
them.
in there
This little
and
guy's trying to
kill.
bite me, which is a good thing. But I need these guys to get in here and start to hunt these little fish. It looks like some of them are already starting to do it. But look at that. We already have one little fisherman. Dead ones, as you can see, are a little bit easier for them to catch. These guys are opting for their easy meals. Kinda cringe, if you ask me.
Oh, the little chirps, so cute.
We've raised raccoons in here and taught them how to hunt. And now these guys can learn how to hunt in here, where it's not too deep. And there's plenty of little minnows in here that will be just fine. But these little fellows will be just fine in here where they can learn how to fish. And the rest of these precious little minnows will be going into here in the wetland filter. I'm basically just farming minnows. But look at this, you guys. This sure has come a long way, even from
It looks
earlier
nice.
this year.
It actually,
Anytime you get
from the
injured
last
bird with
video, I
bite
feel like
wounds,
the
the
pond
first thing
looks
you want to do is
way.
disinfect everything with betadine.
That's
just
iodine
flush the
or
wounds out,
betadine, whatever the
cover it
fuck.
with a
I thought it was
topical
blood.
antibiotic.
This is our first ever baby
Scary me.
Roadrunner. Not the best looking Roadrunner, but he is the best looking one we've ever had here.
Wait, Poo Poo Sama's having a birthday today, streamer? Oh my goodness, chat. Let's get some Feels birthday mans in the chat. Okay, chat, you know what to do. You know what to do. All right, everybody together now. Feels birthday man in the chat. Feels birthday man. Poo Poo Sama. 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 And many more. Hell yeah. I hope you have a lovely birthday, Poo Poo Sama. So happy to be alive today. I am so happy that you are here, Poo Poo Sama. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being a part of the community and always brightening up everybody's day when you come around, spreading that Poo Poo Sama positivity. We appreciate you. Hope it's perf.
He did have a tiny little break on the shin, so I made a little cast
Oh, a
for
little
it, and it
cast.
did end up mending the bone later on.
But I'm going to call up my mentors and see exactly what they would do and just copy that.
And just like we did for Gustavo and a couple other animals, we like to use pinkies here as little pill pockets. So I'll inject them with fluids.
And I'm also injecting some of these with antibiotics. Now, this is going to be perfect to give this little guy for food.
After that, I went ahead and
Oh my
force fed him
god.
with some
Using pinkies, little
I had some medicine. And this little guy did a great job of responding to force feeding, and it took a week of doing this before he was able to eat on his own completely.
Little Roadrunner
Eat it. They look like little gummy bears. The pinkies look like little gummy bears. Look at little gummy bears. They have little hands and little feet. They look like little gummy. Literally, though. Yeah. Like, what the fuck? Also, dude, that's a cute emote. Twitch coming through with the native emotes. Oh wait, I want one. Wait, how come? Wait, I don't want it. Is that not a native emote? How come I don't have it? Is that a what's it called? Is that a fucking hype train emote? What the fuck?
He was able to eat
What's up, Mumblecat?
This little Roadrunner survived his first night.
I want
He
it.
weighs
It's
209
cute.
grams, and thankfully I still have this amoxicillin that I used for the coyote. Per usual, Boo Boo left a nice poop and pee for me.
Thanks,
Thank
Boo
you,
Boo.
Boo Boo. And I don't let him have free range around the house. Because
Thank you,
he's not a
Joe.
dog,
Thank you,
he's
Joe
a wild
Biden.
dog. And he will poop and pee indiscriminately everywhere.
Thank you, Joe.
And this is Boo Boo number 13
look at the dog.
of the year, I think.
Look at the
Look at
doggy.
this precious little fella. This is one of the smallest Boo Boos we've gotten so far this year. Are you gonna match my freak? Listen to this guy.
What, the
These
Sigma?
are the little noises he makes. Come on. Whoa, what an epic fun video, you guys.
Shut the fuck up,
I
dude.
told you I'd be all caught
Not me actually listening. Oh, what noises
up,
make?
and I definitely wasn't in Indonesia for 2 weeks, and I definitely didn't have an otter in this bathroom for the last week. And if you follow
Wait, setting up a new rehab in Indonesia? Is that what he said?
gonna match my freak, listen to this, guys. These are the little noises he makes. Come on. Whoa, what an epic fun video, you guys. I told you I'd be all caught up, and I definitely wasn't in Indonesia for 2 weeks, and I definitely didn't have an otter in this
Whoa.
bathroom for the last week. And if you follow my Instagram, it's all Photoshop.
What's up, Ferret King? What's up, Renner
I do
Key?
have a lot of editing work to do, you guys.
I love that Tofu was my ASMR for sleep and now also my morning commentary. Good morning, Renner Key. Hope you had a good
See you in a
sleep.
second. We've been very hard at work here at the Urban Rescue Branch, and yes, we actually have 2 boo-boos now.
Two
The cringe
boo-boos?
new one has actually made
That's
old
so many
Boo-Boo more scared
boo-boos.
of me. And there's frogs in here for him to eat. But thank you guys for praying for Boo-Boo when he was younger, because him and his new little brother very healthy, and I think they'll be ready to go back to the wild pretty soon. But I still have to show you us releasing all of the owls that were in here, us raising and releasing all of those raccoons, plus a bunch more, a lot more green herons. But I love and I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for watching these videos, and I'll see you guys in the next video. And I almost forgot to tell ya.
What the Sigma? What the Sigma?
A few days ago.
Okay, you know what? It's already playing. I'm down. So this might be one of my new faves. This channel. These videos are good because they're short and sweet and they're interesting. We watched this last week, yeah, last Friday, or we watched this channel last Friday. It's like art, interesting art history, but it's like specifically like really dark, like history. He clearly has like a style that he's into, and it's really cool. And it's like short and to the point and concise and cool. Let's check this one out. The most mysterious painting on the internet.
A few days ago, I remember I was browsing paintings on the internet and I came across one that caught my attention more than usual. In that painting, there was a beheaded man with his feet tied, and in front of him, his head was rolling while leaving a trail of blood in the shape of a cross.
Damn.
I immediately wanted to know more about this mysterious painting, and I found out that this work of art was painted in the late 19th century by a French painter named Eugène Trégoulet. However, there was
Is it supposed to be showing us this? Is it like frozen? What's happening?
Feet tied, and in front of—
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's not showing anything. Okay.
A few days ago, I remember I was browsing paintings on the internet, and I came across one that caught my attention more than usual. In that painting, there was a beheaded man with his feet tied, and in front of him, his head was rolling while leaving a trail of blood in the shape of a cross.
Yeah.
I immediately wanted to know more about this mysterious painting, and I found out that this work of art was painted in the late 19th century by a French painter named Eugène Trégoulet. However, there was practically no information about this mysterious artist, only a few paintings on different art-related websites. As I searched for more information, I found that I wasn't the only one asking questions about the meaning of this painting. On Reddit and other social media
platforms, John the Baptist, that's where I was thinking initially first.
The same thing.
Yeah,
What
John
is
the
meaning
Baptist.
of this painting? Why would someone depict such a bloody scene as the beheading of a human being? Although I didn't find anyone who could answer my questions, I decided to make this video to thoroughly analyze this painting with you and try to decipher the meaning of this mysterious artwork that no one has been able to answer.
Is it really that mysterious? Like to you?
Obscurantism in art refers to the practice of deliberately hiding, censoring, or neglecting artistic works, which has led to the loss or obscurity of many pieces throughout history. This phenomenon has affected numerous works and artists, making it much more difficult to understand artistic periods or the lives of certain artists. In this context lies Le Précurseur by Eugène Trégoulet.
Le
We will discuss
Précurseur.
later whether this is indeed the true name of the painting. What we know about this artist is that he was born in Paris in 1864, a time when many artworks could easily be lost, destroyed, or ignored due to various factors, including wars, political changes, and inadequate documentation. During the 18th and 19th centuries, France experienced significant social and political upheavals, from the French Revolution to the Paris Commune, causing instability that may have contributed to the loss and neglect of many artworks. In this context, obscurantism was not always intentional.
Yo, she got her titties
it was a
out.
consequence of tumultuous
Goddamn.
historical events that led to the destruction of records and entire art collections. Trégoulet's case could exemplify how an artist and his work can fall into obscurity due to such circumstances. In art history, there are numerous cases of works and artists rediscovered years, even centuries after being virtually unknown. A clear example is Johannes Vermeer's work, which was rediscovered in the 19th century long after his death in the 17th century. In the digital age, access to information has significantly improved, but we still face challenges in reconstructing the history of many lost works, such as the one we are addressing today. Certainly, if you've seen my video discussing The Apparition by Gustave Moreau, you may have noticed certain similarities between the two paintings.
They both have headless people.
We can observe many differences. In brief, the beheading of John the Baptist is a significant event in the New Testament. John, a prophet
said, "Look at this guy.
Jesus Christ,
Look at this guy."
criticized King Herod Antipas for marrying Herodias, his brother's wife, which was against Jewish law. Herod imprisoned John, but hesitated to execute him, fearing public backlash, as John was widely regarded as a holy man. The turning point came during Herod's birthday banquet. Herodias' daughter Salome performed a dance that so pleased Herod and his guests that he promised to grant her any wish. Coached by her mother, Salome requested the head of John the Baptist on a platter. Although reluctant, Herod complied to avoid breaking his oath in front of his guests. The execution of John was carried out, and his head was presented to Salome on a platter. Knowing this, it is easy to analyze the painting and realize that Trigoulet depicted the beheading of John the Baptist in this scene. If we look closely, we can see the gold platter on the ground.
Was it really like so much for being the most mysterious painting on the internet? Because literally we all called it like immediately. We were all like, John the Baptist, and he was like, now he's just telling us that it's John the Baptist. Like, what the fuck? Okay, let's go. Hello, play. Hello. Oh, there it goes.
Near the decapitated torso. This is a crucial element because, as in other paintings depicting this same scene, this platter is where John's head will be presented to Salome. Unlike other paintings where this scene is depicted, in this case, the beheading is taking place in his cell, as we recall that King Herod had previously imprisoned him. His feet are bound, yet his hands are free, resting on his thighs, showing a resigned acceptance of his fate. The gesture is serene, almost prayerful, indicating his faith and submission to the divine will even in his final moments. Perhaps the most intriguing element of this painting is the halo surrounding the head on the ground, which we also curiously find in Moreau's painting. But before continuing, I want to remind you that this painting is now available for you to have in your home. On the website, you will find a catalog.
Again, what do you, chat? You come home from a date, it went well, first time, you know what I mean? You're like, fuck it, you know, I'm like really hitting it off with this person. You know, we might have a, you know, we might bump nasties on the first night. You go home, right? You go home, right? There's no art on the walls except for this in the living room. What do? Not a single other piece of artwork, but this
is now available for you to have in your home. On the website, you will find a catalog with over 300 historical paintings that I have personally selected for you to decorate your home. Each of them has a unique story that you can share with your guests. I have also added new designs to the collection of phone cases.
Okay, all right, that's
shipping is free. All right, as I'm purchases in the store and the halo surrounding the decapitated head of John the Baptist. Although this scene has been depicted many times in art, I have found only 2 paintings that portray the beheading with this symbol. For example, in Caravaggio's painting, he shows the decapitated head being presented to Salome on a platter, but at no point do we see this halo around it. Another example is by the Flemish artist Jean Rombout, who presents the scene in a similar way. In his painting, the beheading has just taken place, similar to in Le Précurseur, as the blood of John the Baptist is still flowing from the cut on his neck. If we delve into this symbol, we can see that artists like Raphael since the Renaissance have used this as a way to highlight the holiness of the subject in the painting. So Trigoulet may
does the artist get paid for its work? I'm pretty sure most of these people are definitely dead. So I don't know like how much of this is like in like has entered like public domain and you can just kind of like do whatever with. I don't know. I'm not sure.
These artists.
I have to assume that it probably has something to do with that though, but I don't know.
His own work. However, I have noticed that the symbol of this halo is different from the others, as it is not a simple glow. As we have seen before, Trigoulet belonged to an era where symbolism was quite predominant in Europe, so it is not surprising that he had references from other artists, like Franz von Stuck from Germany. In his painting, The Vision of St. Hubert, we can see how a deer is illuminated by a very similar symbol. What the apparition and the vision of St. Hubert have in common is that they both deal with themes that belong to the world of dreams. Although the beheading of John the Baptist was a real event in the Bible, Moreau treated it in a fantastical manner, where the decapitated head is floating over the scene. In the Vision of St. Hubert,
famously
the deer is seen in the middle
like
of a dark
non-fantastical story from the Bible,
staring intently at what could be its hunter. This painting represents a Christian legend in which St. Hubert has a transformative vision in one of his dreams, where a deer with a cross between its antlers speaks to him and leads him to convert to Christianity.
Damn.
I don't know about you, but I see a clear connection between these.
You got convinced by an antler to be a Christian. Nice.
Perhaps this halo, besides representing the holiness,
you know, this antler right here's got some good points.
Also represents some kind of vision.
You're right, antler.
Finally,
I should be a Christian.
We see the executioner in a corner of the cell. Although he is still holding the sword in his hand, we see that the distance between the decapitated body and him is quite large. At that distance, it would have been impossible to execute him, so we can assume that once he carried out the execution, he had to step back to witness what was happening. His face is almost indistinguishable as the shadows of the small cell cover it, but given the distance and the gesture of his other hand, we might think that this man is astonished by such an apparition. I would love to know what you think about this painting, and if you share my interpretation of the halo surrounding the head on the ground, I would love to read your opinion. Don't forget to like.
I mean, the halo surrounding the head on, like, I don't know. People who are in the Bible are regularly displayed, like, are regularly, like, shown, like, with things like halos. Like, I don't know that that's, I don't know. Cool, though. Cool video.
If you found it interesting. And subscribe to see 2 analyses like this every week. On Inspiradio.com, you'll find a catalog to place your order, and you can follow me on Instagram to see more content about art. See you in the next video. Bye.
See you then, bud. Bye. See you then, buddy. Oh man. Cool video of a bit. I'm 14 and this is deep. Yeah. The last video I thought was pretty good, and like I watched a video on my own. It's how I found that, like, you know, it was randomly suggested to me, and I just like watched like a short 8-minute video or something, and I was like, oh, that was interesting and cool. I'll subscribe and we'll watch some of these videos on stream. I think it's nice and short and sweet, so we could, like, you know, get a little art stuff, you know, into the content. But I don't know, not terrible. Yeah, I like the art. I like the art stuff. I like looking at art. Anyways, chat. Listen. It's been 1 week since you looked at me. It's been a good stream, but it's almost 5 a.m. I'm sleepy. I'm eepy. I'm hungry. What if you never left us, though? What if I told you, Billiam Boneless, that I would be back tomorrow, aka later today, for more news, more comfy reacts, for more content, for more fucking good times? What if I told you I was gonna be back? You know what I mean? What if I told you? Would you believe me? Would you believe me? Are you gonna watch Brett with us? Am I gonna watch Brett with you? Oh, you mean like when he's streaming? If I'm awake? Fuck yeah, what the fuck? The fuck? Brett and Gremlo and Lucid Fox and Marcus from Left Flank Vets, aka Struggle 4, are all out there and are all wonderful friends and content creators, and they're killing it, and I'm so glad that they're out there doing the damn thing. You should go watch all of them. Speaking of watching them, we're gonna go raid Struggle 4, aka Left Flank Vets, aka Marcus, who is in Chicago for the DNC. I need to become a night owl just to watch all of Tofu's streams. Based. You just waking up, Bill? Good morning, if so. We're gonna go say hi to, like I said, to Struggle 4. Let's spam a bunch of emotes. Let's spam a bunch of good vibes. Okay. And I hope to see you again later today for more news, more politics, more comfy reacts. You know the vibe. We'll be back with a more late night DNC recap and whatever else. Much love to you all. Any last minute gifters, mod check pausers? We didn't quite hit the sub goal today. Any last minute gifters? Much love, everybody. I hope to see you guys tomorrow. Remember to take your meds. Remember to drink some water. Stay hydrated. Take care of yourself. Be kind to yourself. Okay. Be kind to others. Don't be a dick. But also don't be a pussy. Bye, everyone. Much love. See you guys tomorrow.
I can't help myself, and you don't have to say that. It spikes across flesh. You'll feel it kicking in soon. Are you feeling love? I have a feeling you.
Yo, Durang Tang, thank you for gifting to the birthday, the birthday poo poo sama. Thank you so much. Thank you. Really appreciate it.